Georgia Democrat Raphael Warnock will unseat Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler.
Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown.
Asking for every single Georgian, stay in the fight with us.
But the battle for control of the Senate still unclear, as the race between Senator David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff is too close to call.
Meanwhile, all of this is playing out. Thousands of Trump supporters are gathering right now here in Washington to protest.
There is a tension in the streets, no doubt, which I believe will translate into this rally.
No Kenosha law enforcement officer in this case will be charged.
Hundreds storming the streets to protest that verdict.
The prosecutor and the chief police officer stated that there was a threat.
What has gone wrong with the rollout of the vaccine?
There's a lot of demand. I mean, I think at the end of the day, excuse me.
If I could finish my question.
You just said what has gone wrong.
Some of these networks, they're not trying to report facts anymore. It's all about spinning whatever narrative they think can get ratings.
It's 6:01 in the East Coast. Straight to a Fox News alert as we follow two big stories this morning. Overnight, you can see the check mark right there. Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock, the projected winner in his Senate runoff against Republican Kelly Loeffler. The race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, as you can see right there, is still too close to call.
It is, and the showdown's expected to play out on Capitol Hill just hours from now. More than 100 GOP lawmakers are vowing to challenge that Electoral College certification of the presidential election results.
Yep, this is a good day not to run a repeat. There's so much live stuff. We are live with team coverage as Pete Hegseth is on the ground in Washington, and Will Cain is not. We left him in Georgia. We could not get a ticket. Also, we had that whole runoff race to focus on. So, Will, first off with you, on the ground, one election decided, one not.
That's absolutely right. As we wake up this morning, Brian, it looks like Raphael Warnock has won a Senate race here in Georgia, while the race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff is too close to call. The big story, the big takeaway for me is obviously how this impacts the nation. This wasn't just a local race. This was a national race. How it defines the Democratic agenda for the next 2 years, possibly the next 4 years. But this also, Brian, this also, Ainsley and Steve, how it predicts future elections in this country, what it says about who might win races in Texas, in Florida, in Arizona, and places like that in the future, the absolutely revolutionary impact of mail-in balloting in the year 2020 and now early in 2021. Here is Raphael Warnock last night declaring victory as Kelly Loeffler says she's not giving up.
Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia, no matter who you cast your vote for in this election.
And I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. Stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington.
Will, thank you so much for that report. We'll check in with you throughout the morning. So I talked to a Georgia voter yesterday, and I said, when did the state go purple or maybe even blue? And she said, what happened? She believes in this case. She lives in the Atlanta area. She said Warnock is considered, he has the Obama effect in the state of Georgia, especially in the Atlanta area. He is the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, Martin Luther King's church, and that carries a lot of weight. He would be the first, or he is the first African-American Democratic senator from a Confederate state. And then when I asked her about Ossoff, she said he's young, he's vibrant. He promised $2,000 checks to everyone. Big tech is funding him. He's all over social media. He's getting that Gen Z vote because he's on TikTok and Snapchat all the time. And if he wins, he'll be the youngest newly elected Democratic senator since Joe Biden, which was in 1973. He's 33 years old. And then I asked her, I said, what about Kelly Loeffler? What about David Perdue? And she said, the people I'm talking to don't feel like they're very strong candidates compared to what the Democratic Party brought to our state.
Well, you know, Will may have said that this was a national election, but really it was the people of Georgia who got to decide. And when you look at the campaign that Reverend Warnock ran twice because they had the runoff again. You know, he really tapped into voter frustration. He promised to enact new voting rights bills going forward. He said, look, we need obviously more affordable health care. And also what he did was he said, I'm going to try to get more money for coronavirus. And Ainsley, you were talking about the $2,000 checks. That's part of the coronavirus thing. But when you look at the Fox News voter analysis, it is pretty clear that 6 in 10 Democrats think the #1 issue facing the country right now, 6 in 10, is coronavirus. Meanwhile, when you look at the Republicans, 3 in 10 think that the coronavirus is the biggest issue. And of course, the economy, according to our voter analysis,
Steve, you're right,
is #1.
if you talk to people now, they're saying, I'm sick of politics now. I want this vaccine.
Yeah. But the other thing, and we're going to be talking about this throughout the day, is you know, yesterday we were talking about a Washington Post article that said that the president felt that if they lost, the Republicans, he would get the blame, and he would not get the credit if they won. And this morning already people are talking about, well, you know, the fact that the president did say it was rigged and all those things like that, did that have an impact? You've got Dave Wasserman at the Cook Report. He says the Republicans seem to have had a turnout problem because in the counties north of Atlanta, which are white and rural for the most part, as many Republicans did not turn out. Whereas in the Atlanta suburbs, the turnout was epic, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that Will, Ainsley, or you, Steve, said that's inaccurate. We're still speculating. We're waiting on one race to come in. But just let's look at the overall picture. What's happened in 5 weeks? David Perdue won by 88,000 votes, and with the Libertarian out, you would think he's going to win by over 100,000 votes. What happened over the last 6 weeks? Warnock, if you look at, he was highest in a jungle primary, but when you look at the combined Republican votes, he should have lost by about 10. What happened over the last 6 weeks? Well, Republicans were at each other's throats, and there's a belief in Georgia that the election's not accurate, that it's been stolen. When asked, are you confident that all votes were counted accurately in the 2020 election on November 3rd? 98% of Democrats said yes, 30% of Republicans. So that could have led to the turnout problem, although we don't know if we got over the 1 million that Republicans needed on the walk-up, meaning yesterday, for them to be successful. Overall, Warnock won. Perdue is losing by 16,000. Katie Pavlich came to this conclusion about the country.
The far left is gaining ground in places all across America. Arizona is one of them, but in Georgia in particular, this is supposed to be a reliably red state. And Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff are not Joe Manchin Democrats. They are far left California-style Democrats. But the idea that the left was able to swoop into Georgia, get a number of new Democrats registered, and take these runoff races to this close of a margin against usual, typical Republicans in Georgia really says a lot about their organization, and the Republican Party is going to have to catch up and defend their turf. And I would say looking at Texas in the future is something they really got to keep an eye on.
So look, the balance of power in Washington matters. 50-50 gets you chairmanship for Democrats if it's 50-50 because of the vice president, obviously. So what are we looking at today? They stopped counting, but we basically have a 16,000 vote lead for Jon Ossoff, an unaccomplished 33-year-old but talented young person who will be the youngest senator to go in if he gets this since this guy named Joe Biden, who went in at 28 years old. So yet looking at 17,000 military ballots yet to be counted, 4,000 absentee ballots yet to be counted, and a couple of counties that need to be tallied. They stopped. They will start, I believe, during our show.
Well, great. Stay tuned for that, so we might actually have a winner in the next couple of hours. Ainsley.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Meanwhile, Griff Jenkins joins us live in Washington, where Congress is set to certify the presidential election results today. Griff, I know there's a big rally there. Republicans are furious. Many of them are.
That's right. Ainsley, Brian, and Steve, good morning to you. We're expecting thousands of Trump supporters out here rallying. I'm on 17th Street in Washington, outside the old executive building, the entrance here to the Ellipse. A lot of people in the press you see going in behind me. We're waiting to get through security ourselves. But, the focus today, guys, is the tough day, the loyalty test that Vice President Mike Pence is going to face today. Now, his problems really began right around 1 a.m. when President Trump tweeted this. He says, If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. But the New York Times reports this morning that Pence told the president he did not have the power to block congressional certification, to which the president also put out a statement saying, quote, the New York Times report regarding the comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. So here's what we know at this time. Vice President Pence will preside over the Electoral College certification. His role is largely ceremonial in overseeing the certification. We'll see what happens. It begins at 1 p.m. today. Pay attention, particularly to Senators Loeffler, Hawley, and Cruz, leading objections for the certification of the states of Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. Last night on Hannity, Cruz had this to say. Listen.
There are far too many people in Washington who are saying, dismiss the claims out of hand, don't look at them, don't consider them, that Congress has to have a blindfold on. I don't think that's right. I think we have an obligation to the Constitution to defend the rule of law.
Now, joining the senators are more than 100 House Republicans, but the effort is not expected to succeed because when they vote on the challenges, the math doesn't add up. Now, to understand just how much of a Hail Mary this is, all three of those state challenges would have to succeed to even begin to open up a path for what President Trump is suggesting. We'll have to wait and find out. By the way, just another note and an interesting point on how crazy things seem today. The government is hard at work. There's a story this morning, reports that the national security agencies are being briefed on possible threats Iran are making to avenge the death of Soleimani. Brian Ainsley, Steve?
Yeah, the one thing, go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was just going to, thank you very much, Griff. Apparently on Monday, I'll explain a little more about that story that Griff was just talking about. On Monday, New York air traffic controllers intercepted a message. A threat was heard, and they said, the voice, it was a synthetic voice, computer generated. We are flying a plane into the Capitol on Wednesday. Soleimani will be avenged. Of course, Soleimani is the Iranian general who was taken out with a drone strike. The government does not believe that this is a credible threat. However, the Pentagon believes that the threat is designed to suggest hitting the Capitol the same day Congress is set to go ahead and certify the Electoral College vote. So who's behind it? The Iranians? Some political mischief maker? Don't know. Brian?
Couple of things. That one element, earlier point that Griff made in his report is about the Vice President Michael Pence. Mostly ceremonial position. It is. I mean, there's video of Joe Biden saying the same thing to the squad who was standing up protesting Donald Trump's election because these Democrats who were upset at President Trump for not accepting the result of the Electoral College, most of which are the same ones that never accepted Donald Trump as president in 2016. So you have absolutely no credibility. Number two, Vice President Mike Pence has been as loyal as anybody has ever been to anybody in the history of man. If you ask Kellyanne Conway, all the way down the block, who have seen, in fact, her quote is this: Vice President Pence has been as loyal to the country, the Constitution, and the president these last 4 years as anybody. Anyone who's looking, reading into 2024 political calculations, into his role in the certification process today, doesn't know him. He's really helpless to stop the Electoral College results. He'll gavel in, gavel out. There'll be the protests that could go all day. They'll have the 11 Senator Cruz leave the 11 senators. They'll talk about 3 states in particular. There'll be dozens of members of the House doing their protests. And after hours, I believe the Electoral College will be certified. But I don't believe you're going down the right path if anyone's blaming Mike Pence for the results of the November 3rd election, Ainsley.
All right, so here's the agenda today. 11 a.m. in Washington is the March for Trump. The president's going to be there outside of the White House, and he's going to address the crowd. Then at 1 o'clock, that's when Congress gets together and they certify. There are 140, roughly, Republicans that are going to protest this. They're going to object it. And there will be a March to Save America at 1 p.m. on the steps outside of the U.S. Capitol. I talked to one friend whose mother is going, and she's very worried for her mom's safety. Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, Fox and Friends Weekend co-host from the National Mall. What are they doing to make sure everyone's safe, Pete?
Well, there is a big presence here, police presence, National Guard presence, no doubt about that. Safety front and center, especially considering there were multiple arrests last night out front of the White House. But you mentioned that rally. It's right behind me is the stage. March to Save America, Rally to Save America here at 11 o'clock. The president will be speaking there, his son Don Jr., Eric Trump, a number of representatives, and then organizers from the event will be speaking from that stage. And then about a half mile behind that, of course, Capitol Hill, where the certification of the Electoral College results will take place, and there could be additional protests throughout the day that are rolling. I think it's fair, guys, to describe, and I don't think it's hyperbole to describe this moment as sort of a constitutional tinderbox. You look at those the voter analysis from Georgia, and I think that holds right now across our country. You've got a vast majority of Democrats believing that the election was legitimate, and you've got up to 70% of Republicans and Trump supporters who believe there was significant voter fraud, that the election was stolen, and as a result, a presidency of Joe Biden would be illegitimate. And when you've got a certification and an objection of popular senators and House members, a vice president presiding, and a president who's clearly frustrated with all of how it's been handled and will be speaking from that stage in just mere hours. It's unclear how things will unfold today, but there's no doubt we remain a country divided, and you can feel it here in Washington, D.C., that division, guys.
Hey, Pete, isn't it amazing that the mayor of D.C. is asking the National Guard to help out? The same National Guard she wouldn't allow to stay overnight in a hotel that she disparaged a few months ago.
Pete was part of it.
Yeah, you were wearing the camouflage.
I was wearing the camouflage last time. Now I'm carrying the microphone. We'll see how things unfold. But Listen, it's better to be safe than sorry in this particular instance, I think. But you're right. There's always a characterization that it's Trump supporters that are the ones that are going to be the problem. When the reality is those are peaceful protests ongoing. It's the Antifa folks they should be keeping an eye on.
Yep. Thanks, Pete.
All right. Speaking of Antifa, we told you yesterday that Josh Hawley's house in the Washington, D.C. area got a visit from Antifa's protesters a couple of nights ago, as you can see them outside of his house. Remember, Josh Hawley from the great state of Missouri, is one of the senators objecting to the Electoral College vote certification later on today. He was on with Laura last night and had this observation about those people with the megaphones outside his house while he was in Missouri and his wife was inside, terrified.
I love this Antifa group now. It says, oh, it was a candlelight vigil. We were singing songs, like it's a church choir or something, with bullhorns, screaming at my wife, demanding come out, pounding on our door, knowing after she's asked them to please leave, shouting down neighbors who come out and try to talk to them. They turn the bullhorns on them, won't leave until police show up. I mean, this is unbelievable. The bottom line is, Laura, nobody should have this happen to them. If it can happen to my family, it can happen to any family in America. People should be safe in their homes. This kind of garbage should not happen.
But it's that kind of stuff that we have seen so much of over the last couple of years, Ainsley.
Yeah, so Josh Hawley, he says he now wants, state by state, every state determines how they're going to do their own election. And he's saying maybe it's time to bring in the federal government. He wants to pass the election integrity laws in Congress just to make sure that the guys who are standing behind people with the ballots, the people who are watching, to make sure everything is done above board, that make sure that they are all in place, that they have access to the ballots. They're all the same distance away from the people who are actually looking at the ballots and certifying them. And he wants to make sure the mail-in balloting is not fraudulent, Brian.
Right. There'll be a strategy to what they're doing, but it's hard to imagine their scenario where they're going to be successful in overturning the totals in the Electoral College. But I do think it's a worthy conversation for America to have when it comes to voting rules. Ohio straightened everything out. Florida straightened everything out. There needs to be examination of some of these other states, especially the three that are going to be examined today.
I heard one of the Republicans say, we're not trying to overturn the election. We're just trying to make sure there's integrity in the election going forward.
Right. Exactly. We all want that. But what threw a monkey wrench into everything was COVID, because when the federal government gets involved in how states operate, that is a problem. That's what federalism is all about. And the states had their rules, but then COVID hit and they tried to figure out a way to do it, and that's how we got to where we are today.
Right, so we had no excuse mail-in balloting. Jillian Mealy is no excuse for her. Jillian, you've had 20 minutes to get from one set to another, and thankfully you're on our second floor ready to update us on the news.
That's right. Good morning to you, and let's begin with this Fox News alert now. Overnight protests breaking out in Kenosha, Wisconsin over a decision not to charge officers involved in the Jacob Blake shooting. The president of the police union is praising the DA's decision, saying, quote, the officers attempted to take Mr. Blake into custody by giving him verbal commands, physically struggling with him, and deploying their tasers. Mr. Blake could have and should have complied with their lawful orders. The prosecutor says evidence shows the officer fired in self-defense. Blake was armed with a knife when he was shot several times, leaving him paralyzed. His attorney says the decision, quote, further destroys trust in our justice system. A Florida vaccine site reached capacity before gates even opened. Hundreds of seniors camping out at Daytona Stadium as the city began turning people away before the first shots of the day were even given out. Meanwhile, more than 70% of COVID-19 vaccines are still sitting in freezers across the country. The Surgeon General is now calling on states to relax rules and speed up vaccinations. Customs and Border Protection happy to announce the completion of a 450-mile wall along the southwestern border.
As a simple reminder, a promise is made to the American people and promise is kept.
Acting Commissioner Mark Morgan says Congress has also approved funding for an additional 350 miles of wall systems. Meanwhile, Morgan warns that Biden's proposed policy changes have already emboldened human smugglers and cartels. Agents already seeing an increase on border arrivals. Let's look at your headlines. I will send it back to you.
All right, good deal. Thank you so much, Jillian. Now back to our top story. Democrat Raphael Warnock projected to win his Georgia Senate runoff race, unseating Republican Kelly Loeffler. Here with what this says about the state of Georgia politics is Georgia Congressman Jody Hice. Good morning, Jody.
Good morning, Ashley. Good to be with you.
Good to have you here. What's the reaction in your state, and what's your reaction? Is there a shift in the state, or were the Republican candidates just not strong enough?
No, there are multiple factors here, and unfortunately, still one of the highlights is what the Secretary of State of Georgia did in sending out the applications for absentee ballots to everyone on the voter registration list. That really is going to come to somewhere in the ballpark of about 500,000 people who are ineligible voters in Georgia who receive an application to vote. And with that, our absentee ballots in Georgia have no voter ID. And with the movement of our Secretary of State, there's virtually no signature verification. So, I mean, that Georgia may be changing somewhat, but I believe still the state is somewhere between 3 to 5% red. If we remove all the political. So there's a lot in all of this.
What do you think is going to happen with the David Perdue and John Ossoff race? It's very close, but you know these counties better than we do. What counties still have not sent in their or not counted completely, and which counties we don't know the results for? Are those Democratic counties or more Republican?
I really don't know, Ashley. I've not looked at all that detail yet this morning. But, you know, there's no way to make a prediction as to what's going to happen at this point. It is razor thin, and we're all just sitting back on bated breath to see what's going to happen. You know, the consequences of this obviously go far, far beyond Georgia. This really is going to determine the political philosophy of our country going forward, whether we're going to embrace socialism or freedom. And so we're all waiting on bated breath to see the outcome.
Right, right. I was talking to a Georgia voter earlier and last night, and she said even her son, who's 6 years old, knows all the candidates because even during his cartoons, there are so many commercials. Let's talk today about what's happening in Washington, the certification. I know you are one of the Republicans that is objecting to this. Tell us more about that. Why did you decide to do it, and what do you want to see?
Well, you know, the number one cause is the tremendous amount of allegations of fraud throughout the country, not only in Georgia, but several other states. And the one sacred trust that we have in this country is the ballot box. That is the place where people go to voice their opinion, their desire for the direction of our country and those who will represent them. And when that ballot box and the trust of the security of that ballot box is in question, it is incumbent, it's the duty of elected officials to stand up and to defend that right. And unfortunately, we've had many states where that has not taken place in a manner that it should have, and this is kind of the last place that it comes. And so Congress has a role to stand up and question some of the electoral votes that have come in from the various states, Georgia included, and I'm honored to be a part of that, to stand up for the sacredness of the ballot box.
All right. Congressman, Mr. Heiss, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Straight ahead, Florida's GOP governor going viral for rebuking a CNN reporter. Media opinion columnist Joe Concha says the question was never about informing the public. See the heated exchange right after the break.
I don't seek validation by the media. What I seek is supporting the citizens of my state. And some of these networks, obviously, they have agendas. They're doing narratives. They're not trying to report facts anymore. We're going to continue keeping our eye on the ball and working as hard as we can to deliver results.
There you've got Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pushing back after a CNN reporter appears to blame him for vaccine distribution issues in Florida. Listen to this.
What has gone wrong with the rollout of the vaccine that we've seen phone lines jammed, websites crashing?
There's a lot of demand. I mean, I think at the end of the day, excuse me.
If I could finish my question.
You just said what has gone wrong, so I'm answering the question.
If I could complete the question, though.
So you're going to give a speech or you're going to ask a question?
All right, here with the reaction, Fox News contributor and media opinion columnist for The Hill, Joe Concha. Joe, good morning to you.
Good morning, Steve. Happy Wednesday.
Thank you.
Wednesdays are happy.
Indeed. One of the things that they're doing down in Florida, which is different than the rest of the country, is Ron DeSantis has said, look, this is a state with a lot of people who are over 65. I want those people who are over 65 and at risk to get the vaccine. And so the hospitals are administering it, and yet she goes after him for what purpose?
Well, and you're exactly right about that. More than 20% of Florida's population is over 65, and DeSantis said, obviously, that's the highest risk area. That's where we need to go first, and there's a big demand for it as a result at these hospitals. So just to be clear, DeSantis has pivoted, right? He's now allowing supermarkets and churches and testing sites to also distribute the vaccine to fix the problem, because this is unprecedented, clearly, and there's going to have to be pivots and adjustments. But that question that was asked during that CNN exchange, you see the reporter on the screen, and then you see DeSantis. How often do you see during an outside press conference a gaggle where the reporter gets a camera and the person being questioned gets a camera? And the reason why you do that is because you're looking as the reporter to do a montage with the sole intention not to get an answer to inform the public, but to push a narrative and to go viral. And that's the big tell there. Another tell is, how many times, Steve, have you seen CNN send national reporters to press conferences of Andrew Cuomo or Phil Murphy here in New Jersey for me, or Governor Newsom or Governor Northam, as far as asking them everything that they've been doing wrong with the pandemic, and particularly the vaccines, where everything has been slow in those states as well? DeSantis is the target because, A, there's an R next to his name, and B, they see him as a possible 2024 candidate, presidential candidate, if President Trump decides not to run.
Joe, there's a real good possibility that a lot of people watching this channel at this time were not watching CNN at that time. So after that report, after that exchange, CNN host Brianna Keilar said what about Mr. DeSantis?
Well, it was interesting. So this is a pattern with CNN, right? For instance, we saw it with Jim Acosta during White House press conferences, or April Ryan, where they will get into a confrontation. Oftentimes it's a contrived one, either with a Sarah Sanders or a Sean Spicer or President Trump. And then they go on the air afterwards to talk about how much they were victimized because that particular person in power or spokesperson was so mean to them. So then this CNN anchor that you mentioned, a daytime anchor, mind you, then goes on to call DeSantis an expletive on the air. And again, That's not to inform, that's to perform. That's what it's become at this point for many in journalism, performance art. So she calls him the A word, and of course that goes viral too, and that's the whole point now. It's the look at Me Too movement for many in journalism by dropping expletives or getting into confrontations by doing monologues instead of asking pointed questions that inform the public, Steve.
At least Ron DeSantis has taken the questions and trying to answer what he believed was the question, and so he started right there. But, you know, to your earlier point about where are the hard questions here in New York, you know, New York has had a terrible rollout, the state. The governor is blaming the mayor is blaming the governor. The state of New York will not release the number of vaccines that they've actually put in people's arms. The New York Post has been asking for the last couple of days. They finally found from the CDC apparently just shy of 300,000 doses have been given to New Yorkers, which is 1,500 doses for every 100,000 New Yorkers. That is not very efficient.
No, it's not. And the governor's never going to be asked about that because the governor happens to have a brother that has a primetime anchor spot on CNN. So therefore, he gets a pass. And that's the conflict of interest that we're talking about. Anyway, Steve, got to go. Taking down the Christmas lights today. I held out for as long as I can, but you never want to be that guy in the neighborhood. And I've been feeling if I wait another week or two, I'll be that guy.
Well, today is actually that day, 12 days later, after Christmas, January 6th.
That's right.
Joe, thank you very much. Thank you, Joseph.
Take care, sir.
All right. 27 minutes before the top of the hour, Fox News alert protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin overnight as the police officer who shot Jacob Blake will not be charged criminally. Our law enforcement panel is going to break down the evidence behind that decision. You're going to want to hear it. It's coming up next on Fox and Friends.
We are back with a Fox News alert as we cover two major stories this morning. Overnight, Democrat Raphael Warnock, the projected winner in the Senate runoff bid against Kelly Loeffler, Republican Kelly Loeffler. The race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, that is still too close to call at this point.
Also, the showdown expected to play out on Capitol Hill today. Thousands are expected to rally. Many are there already in D.C. while Congress meets to certify the presidential election. So chaos on the inside and outside.
And we are live with team coverage right now. Pete Hegseth is on the ground in D.C. But first, we start with Will Cain standing by in Georgia. Will, you know, Stacey Abrams and her group's Get Out the Vote effort appears to be one of the reasons why Joe Biden won in November. And now when you look at, according to the Fox News voter analysis, about 6 in 10 Georgia voters were contacted 6 in 10 contacted by the Democrat groups, whereas only about 5 in 10 were contacted by the Republicans. So it looks like Stacey Abrams and the Democratic Get Out the Vote efforts did a better job getting out the vote.
Yeah, they had a big impact on the outcome of this election. Here's, I think, the 3 biggest impacts, Steve, really quickly. Number one, we probably have to factor in the role that people like Lynn Wood had in telling people not to vote. I don't know what kind of swing that produced in this election, but it certainly caused, I'm sure, some people out there to decline to vote in this election. Number two, and this is the biggest, it's absolutely true that mail-in balloting with almost a million votes cast through no excuse, mail-in balloting played a massive role in this election, and it perhaps will going forward. Coronavirus affected our families, our businesses, and how we elect politicians in this country.
Yep.
That is the biggest influence, in my opinion. And lastly, really quickly, Steve, I would say Georgia's been trending purple for some time. This isn't the first election where we've seen Democrats gain power in Georgia. And watch that, because it's not just in Georgia. It will be happening in places like Texas. Florida, we know, has gone back and forth. Purple, red, blue through time. This is a growing trend and one to watch as we go forward.
Yeah, a lot of Democrats up here in New York are moving south during coronavirus.
Exactly, Ainsley.
All right, thank you so much, Will. Let's bring in Pete Hegseth. He is the Weekend Fox and Friends co-host and our friend. Hey, Pete, what's going on in D.C. today?
Hey, good morning. What's going on in D.C.? What isn't going on in D.C. today? We actually just walked into the Save America rally. If you pan over here, that's the stage. We just got let in alongside media. In fact, Griff Jenkins is right here with us, just up the road. There's the Washington Monument, and just further down is Capitol Hill, where the Certification Electoral College is going to happen today at 1 o'clock. That is going to be contested. The Vice President will preside, and ultimately multiple senators and congressmen will be objecting to the certification of multiple states, which will lead to a very public debate that'll be broadcast across the country, a debate that a lot of people want to have. And we talked about the exit polls out of Georgia, or the voter analysis that showed up to 70% of Republicans in Georgia believe the results in November were fraudulent, were not above board. And as a result, that debate is one they want to hear, that they feel is overdue, evidence that has not been sufficiently presented. In addition to that debate, and as a preview to it, the President of the United States will be on that stage at 11 o'clock in about 3.5 hours, joined as well by his son, Don Jr., Eric Trump, multiple representatives, and people who put this the event together, which is Women for Trump as well. So in the shadow of the White House, with the stage, in the ellipse here in Washington, D.C., it does feel like a constitutional tinderbox. You've got people who view what happened in November very, very differently, fundamentally to their soul. And we're going to talk to attendees here, and it will be reflected in what happens in the streets and the halls of Congress just hours from now, guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Pete. Going to be very interesting as soon as the president shows up as well. Meanwhile, turn to a Fox News alert. The Wisconsin police officer involved in the shooting of Jacob Blake last summer in Kenosha will not face criminal charges. Here to react and go into the decision is our law enforcement panel. Retired Dallas officer Simone Wingo, former NYPD officer Dr. Oscar Odom, and Sheriff Richard Gardino of Fulton County, New York. And Richard, we'll start with you. Was this a correct decision as outlined extensively and with great detail by the district attorney?
Absolutely the correct decision. He's got to be fair and firm, and he's got to do what he's ethically bound to do. I give him a lot of credit. He did the right thing. They reviewed everything. They did not yield to public pressure. We got to acknowledge that it's tragedy for everyone involved, but the police did not escalate this situation, and they were justified in using deadly force to prevent Mr. Blake from retrieving the knife or stabbing the officers or taking off with the children.
Dr. Odom, when you look at the details of this case, it's a lot different. He did have a knife. Originally, it was not seen on video. He did have the knife. He dropped the knife. He picked the knife up. He was also tased multiple times. They took the tongs out and just kept walking. What does that tell you about this incident, where there are no winners, by the way?
Right. Definitely no winners, but the saying I would put to this is lawful but awful. I repeat, lawful but awful. They followed the procedures. They followed the protocol. It was an unfortunate incident. And police officers do not go to work every day saying that I want to shoot somebody. It was a situation where he refused the tasers, as stated. He was shot with the tasers, and he still kept on going. And then it was a threat because of the fact that he went inside the vehicle and also he had a weapon. It's an unfortunate situation, but this shows you the split-second decisions that officers are faced with, and they should be back when they are making these decisions. Like I said, it was lawful but awful.
Right. So, Simone, just to go through the case, it's been so long, and there are so many of these, sadly. We find out that a woman called and asked for help. That it turns out that Jacob Blake allegedly was saying, these are my keys, it's my rent-a-car, I'm taking them. He wouldn't give him back. So that's when the cops come there. They also find out that Blake had an active felony warrant. So that played into it. The fact that he kept walking through the cops, that played into it. But having said that, using a taser, do you think this is, in retrospect, legality aside, when the law enforcement community or a superior officer looks at the way they handled this, was this handled well?
Well, yes, Brian, I believe so, because we are taught levels of how to address a situation, and we want to start with the non-lethal level. And so the taser was the first option, and but you have to understand, and so that was what the officers were more than likely trained to do. But you have to understand that Jacob Blake was a violent, domestic abuser. who resisted arrest, and he was shot because of it. All he had to do was listen to the police commands, do what the police asked him to do, and everybody would have been okay. They were going to arrest him. He knew that they were going to arrest him because of his warrants, but all he had to do was just do what the police officers asked him to do. So he was he could have controlled the situation, and so these circumstances were mainly because Jacob Blake brought them on. His family called the police. My suggestion to anybody who's listening, if someone calls the police on you and the police arrive and you're still there, just do what the police officers ask you to do, and don't try to, be the person who says, I'm big, I'm bad, I don't have to do what the police officers say. These officers had to escalate this situation, and because of it, Jacob Blake was shot.
As District Attorney pointed out, he said, I've never been a police officer. I've never been felt as though as a minority that I'm targeted by law enforcement. But he says, analyzing the situation, the shooting 7 times, even though he was shot 7 times at very close range, they said there's a reasonable doubt that he would not be found guilty, so they're not going to press charges. So, Richard, I ask you this. When people talk about policing, they talk about no chokeholds, right? They want to make sure that these suspects are detained, but they don't want to use lethal force. Are we hamstringing police officers by not training them to use wrestling maneuvers, some type of restraint, so it doesn't come to shooting? After all, Jacob Blake walked through 3 officers.
Well, no, we do need more training, definitely. The chokeholds I'm not so much concerned about. I'm concerned about Portland and Seattle banning pepper spray and tear gas. Those are all in the continuum of force that the officer had mentioned. And what we don't do well enough as law enforcement is educate the public, and we don't educate the media and the elected officials, because there's a continuum of force that both of the officers already mentioned. And they started with a verbal with him, then they put hands on, then they tased him twice. And the escalation was not by the police officers. And I suggest 2 things. 1, switch the colors and make it that the police officer was black and Mr. Blake was white, and you would have had the same result in this case. And one of the problems is we always rush to the 30-second clip at the end, which is disturbing, and as the officer said, lawful but awful. And what we have to do is wait and deliberately review the case like this DA did. And I credit him, because he could have presented to a grand jury and let them at least make the same decision that he made, but he has the courage to stand up and say, ethically, I can't go forward. And the officers clearly were in fear, had enough knowledge at that time to use deadly force. And those people who say, shoot the knife out of his hand or shoot him in the arm, that's ridiculous. Collins and Gann have lectured us. They're lawyers who've lectured about ethics and law enforcement use of force many times.
Yeah, that was Joe Biden who said shoot him in the arm and shoot him in the leg.
That was. I didn't want to mention that.
I did. The lawyer said at no point, the lawyer for Jacob Blake said at no point were the officers in harm's way. He said they said he failed 3 times. They failed the family, and they failed Jacob Blake. So obviously he has a different opinion. Thanks so much.
Hey, Brian,
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Meanwhile, coming up straight ahead, Texas Attorney Ken Paxton set to speak at the rally in D.C. today. He joins us with a preview of his message next.
Well, this morning, supporters of the president are in Washington, D.C. to rally in support of Republicans' objections, some Republicans' objections, ahead of the Electoral College certification that happens at 1 o'clock this afternoon, including our next guest, Ainsley.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton joins us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I know there have been so many efforts on your part to try to just research the election and make sure everything was done above board. You're going to Washington today. Which rally are you? Are you going to be at the march at 11 a.m. where the president's going to be speaking, or the one at 1 p.m. during the certification?
Yeah, actually, my hope is to be at both of those.
What can we expect?
You know, I think people are coming here for several reasons. 1, to support a president they think has done a really amazing job. 2, I think a lot of these people just have immense concerns about the election, and this is the last thing they feel like they can stand up and say, hey, we think things went wrong in some of these states, and today's the day that this obviously gets certified. And so I think they want to do whatever they can because they feel like this may be their last chance to stand up and say, hey, something went really wrong.
Mm-hmm. So is this more therapy or is there a legal challenge?
I don't know. This is the challenge is whether you have enough, representatives, whether it's Senate or House, to not certify parts of the election. That's really what's going on today. And I think a lot of these people came also to support those senators and House members who are willing to speak up and say, hey, something went wrong here, and we're gonna at least have the debate.
Indeed. The Fox News voter analysis shows that a majority of Republicans, those who voted yesterday in Georgia, a majority of Republicans, 7 out of 10, believe the November election was not accurate. However, going forward, Mr. Paxton, there's not much that can happen today. It looks like it's a done deal. I mean, Mitch McConnell, for the most part, is on board with Joe Biden. And so there's going to be a lot of frustration, isn't there?
I think there is a lot of frustration. I think that's why a lot of people are coming to this rally to hear one more time the president speak. There's a lot of frustration about what happened in these states. We know that state law wasn't followed. That was our lawsuit. It was, hey, look, many of these states that we sued did not follow their own state law. They didn't follow the Constitution. And fundamentally, Americans know something went wrong, and I think they're concerned.
Ken Paxton, thank you for joining us. Good luck today.
Thanks.
Congressman Jim Jordan and many more coming up.
Yep.
Reverend Raphael Warnock, the projected winner in his Senate runoff against Republican Kelly Loeffler.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia.
We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream.
But the battle for control of the Senate still unclear, as the race between Senator David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff is too close to call.
This really is going to determine the political philosophy of our country, whether we're going to embrace socialism or freedom.
Hours from now, more than 100 GOP lawmakers are vowing to challenge that Electoral College certification.
The effort is not expected to succeed because when they vote on the challenges, the math doesn't add up.
What has gone wrong with the rollout of the vaccine?
There's a lot of demand. I mean, I think at the end of the day, excuse me.
If I could finish my question.
You just said what has gone wrong.
Some of these networks, they're not trying to report facts anymore. DeSantis is the target because A, there's an R next to his name, and B, they see him as a possible 2024 candidate.
All right, straight to a Fox News alert as we cover two major stories at the same time this morning. You got overnight Democrat Raphael Warnock, the Reverend, the projected winner in a stunning upset in the runoff bid against Republican Kelly Loeffler. Didn't end there. The race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff is still close to call, but Ossoff's got about a 16,000 vote lead with many more votes yet to be counted.
With, as you can see up in the corner, with 99% of the precincts reporting. Also, the showdown expected to play out today on Capitol Hill, and that's why we're looking at the Capitol, Ainsley.
That's right. Thousands are planning to rally in D.C. while Congress is going to be inside meeting to certify the presidential election. So I was talking to a Georgia voter last night saying, what's happening? You know, I grew up in South Carolina. I was very close to Georgia. We always went to Atlanta to go to the big city. And it was very conservative. All of that state, remember Newt Gingrich, if he ran today, he wouldn't even win. And I think he's from Cobb County. He wouldn't win his district right now because it's so blue now. And this Georgia voter said that even her son is watching, knows all of these. He's 6 years old, knows all of these candidates by heart because of all the commercials, even during his cartoons. But she said the two Democratic candidates were so invigorating and they were great on the debate stage. She said that Warnock, you know, he is an African-American minister at Ebenezer Baptist Church, which was Martin Luther King's church. That really resonates, especially with the black community. And he is considered, like a local Obama would be considered, she said, just a worshipped man there. And Ossoff, she said, he's young and he's vibrant and he's all over social media. He declared his candidacy on TikTok, and big tech has poured a lot of money into these campaigns. When I asked about the Republican candidates, she didn't feel like they were strong enough, not as strong as the Democratic candidates. Brian?
Well, a couple of things. Reverend Warnock belongs on the squad. I mean, that's how left-wing he is. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm not saying he's not strong on his feet and very conversant with the issues. But he is flying to the left in a state that's been traditionally red. It is stunning to see what has happened over the last 6 weeks, the way he's gotten enough momentum and enough votes to actually beat a Republican appointed by a Republican governor in Kelly Loeffler. $500 million was spent by all the candidates and the super PACs in this area. Loeffler was not a strong debater. Warnock was better. But Senator Perdue's decision not to show up for his debate and give Ossoff all that time maybe was part of the reason why he was able to close an 88,000 vote gap in just 6 weeks. Here's Warnock talking about his historic victory.
Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia, no matter who you cast your vote for in this election.
And I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. Stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington.
It sounded like last night as if she was going to make a statement about 11 o'clock, but they put it off, they put it off, they put it off. As you can hear right there, she still has not conceded the race, although Fox News and other news outfits have gone ahead and said that Reverend Warnock is the projected winner. He will be the first black Democrat elected from the South. He also is the first Democrat from Georgia since 2000.
Well, you mean as a senator?
As a senator,
yes.
Indeed, because we're talking about the U.S. Senate race. One other thing, Stacey Abrams, who famously had the get out the vote effort down in Georgia in November regarding the presidential, was very effective with Joe Biden and, according to our Fox News voter analysis, was very effective in getting the word out to the voters of Georgia. About 6 in 10 Georgia voters were contacted, about 60%, by the Democrats. Only about 50% of Georgia voters were actually contacted by the Republicans. So on this Wednesday morning, people are probably saying, hey, why didn't we have a bigger get out the vote effort? We have gotten out the reporters onto the streets, and we've got Pete Hegseth in D.C., along with Griff Jenkins, and Will Cain stands by in Georgia, where Will, it could be an earthquake if both Democrats win this race.
It could. It could, Steve. It could absolutely change the balance of power. We've been talking about that for some months. So what does that mean? We talked about the voter turnout. Steve, you were just talking about Stacey Abrams' role in turning out voters here in Georgia. We've talked about the growth in mail-in balloting. I think there's been another phenomenon over the last 4 years, and that's been the attraction of the casual political viewer and voter over the last 4 years. But most of that has been commandeered, that attention, that oxygen, I think, by President Trump, whether or not you're pro or anti-President Trump. Meanwhile, if you are a casual voter, a casual viewer, a casual political observer, you might have missed, as Brian pointed out, the drift in the Democratic Party, symbolized well, I think, by Raphael Warnock. You're talking about a party that has embraced concepts like defund the police, censorship online, authoritarian rules from big tech, lockdowns in your economy, a party that has drifted far to the left over the last 4, 5, 6 years. I know you guys talked to Jody Heiss a little bit earlier on your show, and he talked about that drift left and the way the country could go with Democrats in charge of the Senate, the House, and the presidency. Listen.
There's no way to make a prediction as to what's going to happen at this point. It is razor thin, and we're all just sitting back on bated breath to see what's going to happen. The consequences of this, obviously, go far, far beyond Georgia. This really is going to determine the political philosophy of our country going forward, whether we're going to embrace socialism or freedom.
So I think everybody's going to get to know exactly what that drift will look like. You guys know, as a sports fan, I love top 5 lists. I love stuff like that, right? I gave you my 3 reasons why I think Georgia went this way. Ainsley did add a 4th when I was listening to you earlier. I do think it needs to be pointed out whether or not Republicans declined to turn out, the role of mail-in balloting, whether or not Georgia was already drifting a little bit toward a purple state. Ainsley, you're right. I think these 2 candidates, as your friend pointed out, on the Republican side, could have been a lot stronger. I think Kelly Loeffler was not in touch with a lot of people out there in Georgia.
Yeah.
I think Republicans have ownership of this as well.
And a lot of people in Georgia are upset that they wish that the governor had appointed Collins for that position because he has so much experience and his name recognition alone. But if you watch the debate, Warnock debate, I mean, he's an orator. He's a minister. He does this for a living. And
great communicator.
Yes, and in the South, when you are a big-time pastor of a church, you are so well respected. So I'm sure that had something to do with it too.
Right, a church that invited Fidel Castro to speak, who Reverend Wright mentored, who said, "Goddamn America." So congratulations, Reverend Warnock, but I am just confused about how he represents the people of Georgia.
It's a historic, popular church, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Well,
I did read one bit of analysis regarding what you were talking about, Brian. I believe in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution this morning, and they say that one of the things that really motivated people to get out and vote for Reverend Warnock was the fact that Republicans were going after things he had said in his sermons. And people of faith did not like that, and they turned out in big numbers for him.
Yeah, I didn't like what he said in his sermons, so there you go.
Well, I think people who really study the Bible, they knew what he meant by that you can't serve two gods. Maybe he shouldn't have said military, and that might have made veterans upset and many people upset. But I think if you're a churchgoer, you knew what he meant by that, which was you can't serve two masters, as the Bible says.
Right, but I just do find it interesting that Georgia is a state with the 4th largest number of military retired and active, and those 17,000 military ballots active have yet to be counted yet, so that could give David Perdue a little bit.
Just one other thing, whereas the finger pointing is going to start. Senior Republican campaign officials, campaign officials with either the Loeffler or Perdue camp, are blaming the president for the loss, in part because he has said repeatedly that the election in November was rigged and it was stolen from him. And they say that their polling showed that their narrative about the balance of power is hanging on Georgia, and about how important it is to keep Republicans there with the checks and balances. That was not as powerful or got as much traction as the president repeatedly saying the election is rigged, because people then just didn't show up for the polling yesterday in some cases.
Yeah, we'll see how it happens. There's still hope out there for David Perdue, but he's got a 16,000 vote deficit as of now. Meanwhile, Griff Jenkins joins us live in Washington, where Congress is set to certify the presidential election results. Griff, at one point this was a ceremonial thing. It's usually in and out. It was a little controversial in 2016. It's going to be a lot of friction today.
That's right. Brian, Angeline, and Steve, good morning. This is going to be a day for the history books for sure. And one thing that's playing out right now is the amount of pressure President Trump is putting on his most loyal lieutenant, Vice President Mike Pence. Overnight, he tweeted this, quote, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back." But the New York Times reports this morning that Pence told the president he did not have the power to block congressional certification. Now, the president put out a statement calling that fake news, saying that they were in agreement, he and Vice President Pence. Now, here's what we know at the moment. Vice President Pence will preside over the Electoral College vote count. His role is largely ceremonial, overseeing that certification. Now, when it all begins today at 1 p.m., look for Senators Loeffler, Hawley, and Ted Cruz to lead objections for the certifications of the states of Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. Last night, Cruz talked a little bit about it. Here's what he had to say.
There are far too many people in Washington who are saying, dismiss the claims out of hand, don't look at them, don't consider them, that Congress has to have a blindfold on. I don't think that's right. I think we have an obligation to the Constitution to defend the rule of law.
Now, joining the senators is, of course, more than 100 House Republicans, but the effort is not expected to succeed because when they vote, the math doesn't add up. The House is run by Speaker Pelosi. They're Democrats in the Senate. It's a very narrow margin, and the Republican numbers are not there. Now, while all this is playing out, as if all that wasn't enough drama, there is a national security threat being reported this morning by CBS. It's a message sent by Iran that is being picked up. It was sent to air traffic controllers. Let me show it to you. It's pretty blunt. It says simply, "We are flying a plane into the Capitol on Wednesday. We will avenge Soleimani's death." That is really remarkable to have that sort of threat here down where we are on the ellipse, obviously standing just blocks away from the Capitol and the White House. We'll see how things go, but look for that certification, Brian, Ainsley, and Steve, to drag very long, because every time a state contests a certification, they have to have 2 hours of debate and they have to vote on it. Ultimately, this could go well into tomorrow. Guys.
Wow.
And your heart could go on.
That's right. Griff Jenkins on the ellipse by Celine Dion.
Right.
The theme song to the Titanic.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
What finishes up first, the debate or that song? Doesn't that song go on for like an hour?
It does, but the debate doesn't. The debate, here's the way it's going to work. Mike Pence is going to preside over this joint session, and then he's going to, it's always been largely ceremonial, but then it sounds as if every time they go through, whose phone is that?
Brian's computer.
It's my, evidently you said something.
You know, we're doing a TV show.
Right, I'm not sure. Yeah.
So every time, he's going to go down the list of the states, and every time one of the senators brings up an objection to a state, for instance, Arizona is going to be one that Ted Cruz objects to, then they're going to break the House from the Senate, go into separate corners, and they're going to have up to 2 hours of debate. Each person who objects is going to get 5 minutes.
Yes.
But what's interesting is, you know, for days the president has said that the vice president has the power to reject the electors, and yet when you look at the Constitution, there is explicitly nothing in it that gives the vice president that power. And that probably is where that story came from in the New York Times that said that the vice president told the president yesterday at lunch, "I don't think I can do this." Ainsley.
Yeah, it's more ceremonial, but the White House did say that Pence is going to follow the law. Let's bring in Pete Hegseth. He is there in Washington. So we've got Trump speaking at 11 o'clock at the March for Trump, and then at 1 o'clock during the certification, we've got the March to Save America, right, Pete?
And the Titanic's still playing.
That's right, and we
Try to
still
speak
have
up there,
the Titanic
Celine.
going, guys. And we're even a little closer to the speakers. Oh, it always goes on for you guys. You know that. And Griff Jenkins, who did a great job summarizing a lot of what's going on in Washington, D.C. today. You mentioned the pressure of what the vice president will be on as he overwatches the Congress today. In 4 hours from now, the president of the United States will be standing on this podium. The White House is right behind it. You can't quite see it right now. And you saw the tweets yesterday that came out putting pressure on the vice president to step in and intervene. What will he say from the podium today? We'll find out on the Fox News channel. His two sons will also be speaking. Dan Covino speaking, Katrina Pearson, Mo Brooks, who's been a part of the objection as well on Capitol Hill, as well as organizers for Women for America First. And guys, right now the crowd is starting to walk in. They just opened the doors. You're actually going to look at the first few folks that will be coming in. They've been waiting for hours, morning for hours. And, you know, the chants that are coming time and time again are stop the steal, stop the steal. And we saw it coming out of Georgia. That 70% of Republicans who believe that the election in November was not legitimate, that it was stolen, that may have had an effect on Georgia, but no doubt it has an effect on the hearts of this city right now, of Americans. I have friends who've texted me who are not very political saying, I'm coming to Washington, D.C. today because I can't handle what's happening in my country. I think it's not an understatement to say we're in a constitutional tinderbox right now with people on both sides believing there's legitimacy and illegitimacy based on things they feel in their heart and love of their country. Donald Trump will articulate a lot of that today from the stage. He'll have thousands of supporters here and dozens of senators and congressmen on the House of Representatives objecting with that long debate that will go on and on. Will the rally go on longer and longer? We'll see. There were arrests last night. Will there be contention tonight? That's a possibility as well. Now we've got, I believe, Justin Timberlake. Back to you guys.
Right. Thank you very much, Pete. And just for the record, if you haven't watched the Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio does drown, but he's not a real person. He is a fictional character to make the movie move quicker.
Based on an actual event, Brian.
Right.
I hope everyone out there has seen the movie.
Right.
Now you know what happened.
Yeah, but
it was 20 years ago.
We know you heard the song and you just got a chance to hear it again. Meanwhile, the coronavirus is the other major story that we sadly cannot get away from. 355,000 Americans have lost their lives, nearly 21 million cases in the country. And the big race now is to get a vaccine that's been given out to 4.8 million people. There are 17 million doses given out. And one of the people leading the charge are the governors. Governor DeSantis doing as good a job as anyone trying to figure out the best way to get this vaccine to the greatest number of people, period. That really isn't quick enough.
People over 65.
Yeah, over 65. He said first responders, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go for 65 and up. And people are making all types of adjustments to try to get to vaccine to as many people as possible. But that wasn't good enough for a CNN reporter. Her name is Rosa Flores. Evidently, Governor DeSantis is just the only one having problems with this. Listen to this exchange and the follow-up from a CNN anchor.
What has gone wrong with the rollout of the vaccine that we've seen phone lines jammed, websites crashing?
There's a lot of demand. I mean, I think at the end of the day, excuse me.
If I could finish my question.
You just said what has gone wrong, so I'm answering the question.
To complete it for you, Governor, we've seen websites crash and also senior citizens waiting overnight for the vaccine.
Did you investigate why?
Could you tell us why?
Because we distributed vaccine to hospitals, and there's a lot of demand for it. So people are going to want to go ahead and get it.
So are you saying there was no plan then from the state to make sure that senior citizens didn't wait outside overnight?
So the state is not dictating to hospitals we're not dictating to Carlos Magoya how he runs his operations here. That would be a total disaster. These guys are much more competent to be able to deliver health care services than a state government could ever be.
You have been a tireless questioner of Governor DeSantis as Florida has had a number of issues with its coronavirus response, which might be part of the reason why he was being such an instead of just answering your question.
Did you? We had to beep that. That was an actual anchor on CNN calling the governor of that state that name.
And I'll take Florida's response any day over in almost any other state in the union. But you're served.
Can you imagine if somebody said that about Governor Cuomo here in New York after his ill-advised decision to go ahead and send nursing home patients back into nursing homes where thousands of them died? One of the things that is going on here in New York State right now is they will not respond, unlike Governor DeSantis, to the number of people who have gotten shots. The New York Post asked on Monday and Tuesday how many, and the governor and the mayor, who were fighting with each other, would not respond. And so they found the number from the CDC website. Something like 300,000 people here in New York State have done it so far. That averages out to about 1,500 doses for every 100,000 people. Down in Florida, Brian and Ainsley, Brian, to your point, it was going to be done on a first-come, first-served basis, administered through the hospital. And as soon as he put out word last weekend, the phone line lit up and the website lit up, and everybody I know in Florida got on there because finally there's light at the end of the tunnel. Here in New York State, we have no idea when people are going to get shots.
I'll tell you about the hypocrisy in that piece, though. He could run for president one day if Donald Trump doesn't, or maybe, you know, in 8 more years or whatever it might be. He's so loved down in the state of Florida. Even New Yorkers that are Democrats, that are my friends that have moved down there, are not moving back. They're happy with the response down in Florida. They love the weather. They like this governor. They like that things have stayed open, that businesses are allowed to run. But let me tell you what's happening. And to his point, the governor's point, he said, I'm the government. You don't want me telling hospitals how to distribute this. They're the experts. I want the doctors to determine that. Here in New York, here's the hypocrisy. We have Cuomo. Why aren't they questioning him about the long lines here then?
Right.
When you go to CityMD, There's a long line at the one on the west side that I waited in for a long time. I have a friend that went to the one to get a test. I have a friend that went to the one on the Upper East Side and didn't have to wait in line, just had to give his name, and then they gave him a time to come back.
Right.
So they determined, the city MD determined how to give these tests. And if you didn't like waiting in line, then go to another place. But it wasn't, no one's blaming Governor Cuomo because City MD has a line.
Yeah, well, Mayor de Blasio said the reason we've been so slow is we were trying to, during the first 2 weeks, to just be so careful. Well, time is of the essence. The clock is ticking. Governor DeSantis said this last night about the biased coverage on CNN with Tucker.
I'm happy for the criticism because you know what? I don't seek validation by the media. What I seek is supporting the citizens of my state. And I think it's pretty clear some of these networks, obviously, they have agendas. They're doing narratives. They're not trying to report facts anymore. It's all about spinning whatever narrative they think can get ratings. And that's just the reality of the situation. So it doesn't impact me. We're going to continue keeping our eye on the ball and working as hard as we can to deliver results.
And that's all we want. We just want as many people to get the vaccine, but there are only so many vaccines available. So there are going to be long lines. And you ask the elderly people down in Florida that are getting this vaccine, they're just so grateful. They're grateful that they have this.
Because so many of them have not been around their families for almost a year.
Exactly.
Right. And just add to this, when it's all said and done, you have total lockdown, California, tragic. They have no tax revenue. Florida has lesser numbers, and they're trying to work their way through it while trying to get vaccines to as many people as possible. They're not going to need a huge bailout from the federal government because they have allowed people to go and work their business the best possible, most responsible way. Meanwhile, 23 minutes after the hour, let's change gears. Happening today on Capitol Hill, as we just discussed 10 minutes ago, Republicans are mounting their last stand in support of President Trump. More than 100 GOP lawmakers in the House vowing to challenge the Electoral College certification of the Electoral College. Here to discuss it, Fox News contributor Governor Mike Huckabee. Governor, would you have been one of the senators, like, let's say, Senator Ted Cruz, that put together this challenge today? Or would you have been somebody like Senator Tom Cotton, who said, I want to analyze election results but not challenge Electoral College?
I think Senator Cruz is exactly on the right path. And people keep talking about that he wants to overturn the election. That's simply not true. What he's asking for is an audit, a 10-day audit of the process. 74 million people are not real certain about how this thing went down. That's not a good thing for the country. It's not good for Joe Biden. He should demand that we have an absolute top-to-bottom audit. Pop the hood up, look under and take a look at the engine and see what happened. Let there be transparency. Pull the curtains back. That's what America needs to know, because if this election was all on the up and up, then Joe Biden has nothing to fear. In fact, he has every reason to say with confidence, I'm going to be sworn in as president. But if the funny business went on, that we have thousands of affidavits indicating, that we have videotape indicating, that you have expert testimony like that of Jovan Pulitzer, who invented the barcode and who said that there were clear issues of the ballot counting that were done electronically. If you have that and you don't investigate it, then you leave this cloud over Joe Biden and his election. So that's what Ted Cruz and the other Republicans are asking for. It's not unreasonable. It should have been done 2 months ago. The unreasonable part is that the press has pretended that there's no evidence. And the other day, the Washington Post started its story with this: without evidence, President Trump continues to challenge the election. That's simply a lie. There is evidence, and that's what hasn't been looked at.
A couple of things that I think is going to be tough on you to answer. The president slammed Mitch McConnell. In fact, here's the tweet. I hope the Democrats and, even more importantly, the weak and ineffective Rhino section of the Republican Party are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. Senate Majority Leader John Cornyn, John Thune, and Mitch McConnell have been called out directly by the president. Now, the friction in Georgia is one thing, but are you also disappointed in Mitch McConnell, Senator Thune, and Senator Cornyn?
I wish all the Republicans, in fact, let me say this. I wish all the Democrats that all the elected officials would demand a full accounting for how the ballots were tabulated. It has not so much to do with party, or it has to do with even who's in office, but I think too many of our politicians take the easy way out. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to be controversial. But they were elected to make tough decisions, and a tough decision would be to call for a full accounting and absolute transparency. I'd love to see some Democrats demand that, because frankly, the Democrats have the most to gain. If they truly believe this election was absolutely done with integrity, then they ought to be the ones standing up and insisting that there be a full audit. That way they can say to the rest of us, you see, we won it fair and square. There was no funny business going on. Now you guys shut up for the next 4 years. And you know what? That's what we would have to do. Instead, we're going to have 4 years of controversy.
Right, and that controversy arguably has led to maybe 2 senators winning on the Democratic side in Georgia, because the Democrat and Republicans seem to be tearing each other's eyes out. Governor, let's move on and talk about something we agree on. We're against the coronavirus, but how these governors are handling the coronavirus is key. Governor DeSantis is saying, wear a mask, act responsibly, but we're going to let you go to restaurants. We're going to let you go to gyms. We're going to let you go to the beach. We're going to let you live your lives. And we're going to try to get you the vaccine. Can you compare the way the media is handling Governor DeSantis as opposed to Governor Cuomo, who just basically ground his state to a halt, wrote a book, collected an Emmy, and blames everybody else?
Well, it's amazing. The press has given Governor Cuomo a shoe shine with their tongues almost every day, talking about what a great, great job he's done, when so many thousands of people died in nursing homes because of his dereliction of duty. On the other hand, you've got Florida, population that is larger than New York, many millions more senior adults living in Florida, the most vulnerable, but far fewer deaths in Florida than in New York. So maybe somebody ought to objectively, that would be the press, but they don't know how to do that anymore, take a look at those numbers and just try to dig through and see, why is it that Florida has been so much more successful without the draconian lockdowns and without the kind of dumb decisions of putting COVID patients in nursing homes? And how come they've been able to keep their economy open, keep people employed at a time when New York is basically causing people to rush for the state borders, and quite frankly, many of them heading to Florida, where the lifestyle and the tax rates are a heck of a lot friendlier.
Governor Huckabee, thanks so much.
Good to see you, Brian.
You got it. Illinois, they're leaving, and in California, they're running for the hills, too. The states are doing very well, West Virginia as well as South Dakota. And thank you again, even though you weren't exactly thanking me. I think you were thanking the director. He was thanking Steve. I appreciate that. Coming up straight ahead, AOC and her squad colleagues securing major roles in House committees. So how will they influence the incoming Biden administration? We're going to ask Lawrence Jones. Now I know why Nancy Pelosi is still Speaker.
Speaker Pelosi hands Congresswoman AOC a powerful assignment, granting her a seat on the House Oversight Committee. AOC will be joined by fellow squad members, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and freshman Congresswoman Cori Bush. Here to react is Fox News analyst Lawrence Jones. Hey, Lawrence.
Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. This is really going to push Joe Biden to have to make some tough decisions. He's more of a centrist, but yet he did pick Kamala Harris. Is he now going to be pushed because of these types of appointments? Is he going to be pushed even further left?
Well, everyone's going to be pushed. I mean, the notion that AOC and the progressive wing isn't running the show right now, I think was dismissed yesterday during yesterday's election. Also, you got Nancy Pelosi that, you know, the squad voted for her. A lot of the people that didn't vote for her speakership were the moderates. And so she owes them. The progressives, the moderates owe these people. You know, for years, I've been on the ground telling people, warning them about this socialist regime. The fact that it was happening on the college campuses, the fact that it was going to be in mainstream. You had some pundits that go on TV and say America was never going to be a socialist country. Then 4 months later, they tell you that Georgia was the last firewall. Well, now we see that Georgia, the Democrats won Georgia. They got black voters to show up. They've been able to mobilize young people. There's a new day in this country, and many of us have been warning a lot of people in the mainstream media, a lot of the political insiders, that there is a revolution, and these people aren't interested in common ground or anything. They want to take things over, and right now they have the momentum.
There's a report this morning from the United Van Lines, which is the moving company, and they're telling us where they're seeing the most residents moving out and where they're going. Moving out, most residents are leaving Nassau, Suffolk County, out on Long Island, Bergen County, and how do you say that county, Steve? You're Passaic County in New Jersey, Trenton, New Jersey, New York City, New York, and Newark, New Jersey. And guess where they're going? Those are all run by Democrats, too. They're all going down south. Wilmington, North Carolina, Sarasota, Florida, Boise, Idaho, Huntsville, Alabama, and Fort Myers, Florida are the top 5. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I'm not surprised at all that they're doing this. The rumor is that New York is in jeopardy of losing a congressional seat. Look, these states are performing badly. When you look at the crime rate, when you look at the poverty, when you look at the way these lockdowns have affected the residents there. So it doesn't surprise me that they're heading to Florida and my home state, Texas. The question then becomes, what are the Republicans going to do on the ground there to make sure that their state's values aren't altered? Because we just saw in Georgia that, you know, it can change in an election cycle. Georgia is a traditionally red state that looks much different, and I would contend part of that is because a lot of people have moved to these states, and also they've been able to mobilize on the ground. So yes, you got a lot of people that are moving and going toward liberty, but that's also a Democratic plan to get people to be there and support their value system. Texas is in jeopardy as well.
Well, a lot of people, you know, New York is not only a very stressful place to live, they want stress-free. They want to go to Florida. They want to go where they're not paying high taxes, and they want to go where businesses are not shutting down when you're in the middle of a crisis. They want to go where people are being safe, but they don't want businesses to close. They want business owners to make up their own minds and people to make up their own minds. And a lot of these Democrats are moving down to these southern states, but they're also going to take with them those Democratic values.
That's exactly right. And as we can see, the country has changed. You know, I got to be honest, Ainsley, I'm so furious in the punditry over this last few months of telling the audience that socialism had zero chance. Are you kidding me? They kicked their tail in Georgia, and everyone should be furious in this audience that you had congressmen, people that are supposed to be political insiders, lie to them on national TV and tell them they didn't have a chance. I was on the ground months ago warning people, look out for the black vote. Look out for what's happening on the ground in Georgia. There is a shift that is happening in the country. A year ago, I was on the ground telling people, look, the liberal policies are affecting America, but there is a progressive wing that is opening, that is filling this void. Where are the Republicans on that? And now they wait. Now they want to be outraged.
Do you think it's because of all the promises of free college, of $2,000 checks? I don't know where they're going to get the money for all of this, but do you think that's the reason?
It is obvious that the prescription that the Democrats and the socialist wing have provided is terrible. But what they did acknowledge is that there is a void there. There is a problem there. And the ability to relate to people on that. The Republicans still have a chance. But the question is, what is going to be the Republicans' prescription? No one has still been able to explain to me how President Trump has been able to have this economic agenda, talk about criminal justice reform in these black communities, and his outreach people haven't been able to sell that to the people of Georgia. The modern day Black Wall Street, why haven't they done their job?
Lawrence, always great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. Still ahead, live team coverage as 2 major shutdowns converge on Capitol Hill. We have Pete Hegseth and Will Cain. They're covering all angles of the runoffs and the election battles next.
All right, we're We are back with the Fox News Alert as we cover two major stories this morning at least. Fox News projects Democrat Raphael Warnock, the Reverend, will unseat Republican Kelly Loeffler in the Georgia Senate runoff. That is for certain. She has not conceded yet, though. The race between Republican David Perdue and Democrat John Ossoff still too close to call. He's got about a 16,000 vote lead, but he is expected to speak at the top of this hour, so in 16 minutes.
I believe we will take that live. Meanwhile, Trump supporters, as you can look live in Washington, D.C., a lot of them are showing up near the White House, walking in single file to support the president as his allies in Congress challenge the electoral results at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
It is a big week, a big morning. We are live with team coverage for you. Pete Hegseth is on the ground. He's in Washington, where those two marches are going to take place. But first, we're going to begin with Will Cain, who's down in Georgia covering these races. Hey, Will, big shift down in Georgia.
Good morning, Ainsley. Big shift. I think probably we're going to look back on 2020, 2021 and think this is the biggest great leap forward, the biggest disruption, the biggest shift in at least a several decade span in American history. The Democrats now seemingly likely to have power of the Senate, the House, and the presidency. And if you think about the shift in our country in the past 12 months, the role that coronavirus, the lockdowns, the pandemic have played, from shutting our businesses down to all of us walking around wearing masks, being sensible and safe, but also changing the way we elect our politicians, it is going to be the most transformative, disruptive 2-year span, I think, at least going back to the 1960s. The question now becomes, if there are two Democratic senators, and we know there will at least be one with Raphael Warnock, we'll wait and see on Ossoff and Perdue, what kind of transformation will the Democrats seek with all of that power? My suspicion, by the way, Brian, Ainsley, Steve, it will continue in the trend of one of these greatest leaps forward, one of these greatest, most disruptive moments in our history.
No question. Sir, is going to have impact as the chairmanship goes to the Budget Committee to a guy named Bernie Sanders. When you have nominees that are now all going to be green-lighted from one Joe Biden, things are going to be impactful if Perdue doesn't find a way to make up for the 16,000 vote deficit, because we have a lot of ballots yet to be counted. Thanks, Will. Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, Fox & Friends Weekend co-host. He's trying to get the lay of the land as we have at least two major demonstrations set to get underway. What's playing in the background now? Something a little bit more upbeat than the Titanic?
Dialed up a little Elton John for you, Brian. You know, getting everybody in the mood here. This is the Save America March here. Donald Trump, President of the United States, will be on that podium. In less than 4 hours, they've opened the doors. Thousands of people pouring in. They've been pouring into Washington, D.C. for days. There were protests last night. Some arrests were made as well, all because just about a half a mile from here down the mall, of course, members of Congress will be voting to certify the Electoral College vote, except for dozens of senators and congressmen who will not. That man you'll look through right there, that's the White House. That's the backdrop for today's rally. He'll be taking the stage, as I mentioned, talking about that certification. We know the pressure that he's put on the vice president, who'll be overseeing that, saying, hey, you have power to certify or not certify. That remains in question. But certainly senators and congressmen are going to stand up for this group of folks who are motivated and believe that the election of November was not above board, that it was stolen from the President of the United States. They believe those representatives are their voices. They're here to support them today, certainly here to support the President of the United States. And guys, being in Washington, D.C. last night and today, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's not hyperbole. It feels like a constitutional tinderbox for a lot of the reasons Will Cain pointed out. We are at an inflection point where both sides of the country believe fundamentally different things, and no one's bending right now. We'll see what the president says today at 11 o'clock on the Fox News channel.
Not a lot of bending right now. All right. Thank you very much. As we listen to Josh Groban and Celine Dion once again. Thank you very much, Casey.
Not live, just on recording, cassette recorder.
Meanwhile, we're going to switch gears. A dozen minutes before the top of the hour, there were protests overnight in Kenosha, Wisconsin, as the police officer who shot Jacob Blake, it has been determined he will not be criminally charged. David Webb breaks down the evidence behind that decision, and he is coming up next. Fox News alert, a Kenosha County District Attorney has announced no charges for the officer involved in the Jacob Blake shooting. Here to react, Fox News contributor and radio talk show host David Webb. David, good morning to you.
Morning, Steve.
Real briefly, try to recap the case, because we know that he allegedly had a gun. The police officer couldn't see things. It was partially caught on video, right?
Yeah, look, we need to look at this for the facts, and a few seconds is not enough. We have Jacob Blake, who was tased. He pulled the prongs out. That's very unusual, even based on their effectiveness, which is around 60 to 70% across, according to most police data. He fought with the police officer. At one point, he and the female officer were in what I would call a mutual headlock. So he had her in a headlock, she had him. The knife was on him. He did not pull it, but it did fall out. There were a lot of unknowns, and other officers were called to the scene. Then he goes to the SUV and reaches in. He creates another unknown after an ongoing incident for minutes, not seconds. This is about complying. It's not about color of skin. Had a white man, any color of skin, not complied with the police at this point, it would likely have led to this. Sadly, he was shot, but it's his own fault for not complying. It doesn't matter the reason. At that point, you comply with the police officer's commands and you don't fight with them.
Right. You know, but so many people saw the video that had a limited point of view, and so many people decided the verdict based on something they saw on their smartphone or on their computer.
Well, they're wrong, and here's what happens next, and what we saw happen in Kenosha. You start destroying the neighborhood and the communities rather than dealing with the issues. Here, they went through this case completely. They viewed this. They looked at hundreds of documents. They found no reason to charge the officers. And again, not a black and white issue, because one of the chief consultants on this happened to be a black man and a former officer.
All right, let's see if there's any more fallout on that. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen later today. Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, is going to be one of the people in the Senate on the floor objecting to the results, the certification of the Electoral College vote. He was on with Laura last night talking about how Antifa showed up at his house in D.C. while he was in Missouri. His wife was inside the house. Here's the senator.
These Antifa thugs, they're an Antifa-affiliated group, show up under cover of darkness. You know, they don't have the guts to come during the day. Under cover of darkness with bullhorns. They start screaming and shouting. My wife comes out with the baby. You know, she's alone. She comes out with the baby and says, please leave. Nobody should have this happen to them. If it can happen to my family, it can happen to any family in America.
David?
It's not going to happen to any family in America. Antifa's target is anyone on the right or who is not with them. This, unfortunately, Steve, will get worse over time. So if law enforcement isn't present, remember, you have a right in America to defend yourself. A woman with a baby is in a position not to do that, to protect her baby, probably shelter in place. But Americans need to realize that these are hardcore anti-American groups, domestic terrorists, and the DOJ has failed to go after Antifa, a domestic terrorist organization, effectively.
All right, David Webb, join us from Miami. David, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Straight ahead on this Wednesday telecast, we got Jim Jordan, Molly Hemingway, and DeRoy Murdoch, plus John Ossoff with a statement in about 5 minutes.
Overnight, Democrat Raphael Warnock, the projected winner in the Senate runoff. The race between David Perdue and John Ossoff, that is still too close to call at this point.
We're all just sitting back on bated breath. Consequences of this go far, far beyond Georgia.
Thousands are expected to rally. Many are there already in D.C. while Congress meets to certify the presidential elections.
A lot of these people just have immense concerns about the election.
Protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin overnight as the police officer who shot Jacob Blake will not be charged criminally.
Absolutely the correct decision.
Jacob Blake was a violent, domestic abuse who resists threats.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi handing Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez a seat on the House Oversight Committee.
There's a new day in this country, and these people aren't interested in common ground or anything. They want to take things over, and right now they have the momentum.
Straight to a Fox News alert as we cover two major stories this morning. Overnight, Fox News projects Democrat Raphael Warnock as the winner in his Senate runoff bid against Republican Kelly Loeffler.
She has not conceded yet, though. The race between David Perdue and John Ossoff still too close to call. They stopped counting, and they have not touched military ballots yet.
That's right. And we understand at the top of the hour, and we are at the top of the hour, John Ossoff is going to be making a live stream statement. And we understand it's just come through. Let's take it.
Moment of crisis as COVID-19 continues to ravage our state and our country. When hundreds of thousands have lost their lives, millions have lost livelihoods, Georgia families are having difficulty putting food on the table, fearing foreclosure or eviction, having difficulty making ends meet. Let's unite now to beat this virus and rush economic relief to the people of our state and to the American people. I will work in the U.S. Senate to support a robust public health response so that we can defeat this virus, putting Georgia's own Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the lead, trusting medical expertise, doctors and scientists to bring the tools to bear, the technology to bear, the ingenuity to bear, and the resources to bear necessary to stop the spread of this virus, to defeat it and to get our daily lives back, and to rush direct economic relief to people who need help right now. This campaign has been about health and jobs and justice for the people of this state, for all the people of this state. And they will be my guiding principles as I serve this state in the U.S. Senate, ensuring that every Georgian has great health care, no matter our wealth. Ensuring that we invest in an economic recovery that includes all communities, that rebuilds our state's infrastructure, that lays the foundations for prosperity in rural Georgia, suburban communities and urban communities alike, and securing equal justice for all, following in the footsteps of leaders who have departed us in this last year, like Congressman John Lewis and C.T. Vivian. I want to thank the people of Georgia for participating in this election. Everybody who cast your ballot, everybody who put your faith and confidence in our democracy's capacity to deliver the representation that we deserve, whether you were for me or against me, I'll be for you in the U.S. Senate. I will serve all the people of the state. I will give everything I've got to ensuring that Georgia's interests are represented in the U.S. Senate. I want to thank all the volunteers who poured their hearts and souls into this campaign. I want to thank my family for their support and their patience. I want to thank my wonderful wife, Alicia, who, as we speak, is at the hospital helping Georgia mothers deliver healthy babies, helping save lives. Let's emulate the spirit.
All right, so there you've got John Ossoff. We wanted to see what he had to say. He is talking as if he knows he's going to the U.S. Senate. At this point, if we've got the race board, we could put it up. But not all of the precincts are reporting yet. Still 99%. 1% is out. And as you can see, John Ossoff is leading David Perdue slightly. David Perdue has said that he's got a team standing by to take a look at all of his legal options and things like that.
And you get an automatic recount.
Absolutely, because it's within half a point. It's interesting what he was just talking about, though. He was talking about how he thanked everybody who voted in the election yesterday, and the turnout was through the roof. It was epic in some of the Atlanta suburbs. He was talking about the importance of jobs and prosperity, and when he gets to the U.S. Senate, he's going to work for equal justice and a more robust response to the coronavirus. Ainsley, which, by the way, we should point out, with the Fox voter analysis, 3 in 10 Republicans thought the coronavirus was the biggest issue, but it was 6 in 10 Democrats who said coronavirus, the #1 issue, why they voted yesterday.
So I've said this each hour, at the top of each hour, but if you're just joining us, I think it's interesting. I was talking to a Georgia voter yesterday, and I was saying, how did Georgia, how did the state that used to be so conservative, Speaker of the House was Newt Gingrich from Georgia, his district's Democrat, how did it go purple or maybe even blue if Ossoff does win? And she said these two Democratic candidates were so vibrant and they're easy to listen to, and she felt like they were better candidates than the Republican candidates. And she said things might have changed if it was Congressman Collins, if the governor appointed him. But then she said, and all the money that they spent, she said you can't watch TV without seeing all 4 of them. Her 6-year-old watching cartoons knows all of these candidates. But she said Warnock, she said he's the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, which you all know, which was Martin Luther King Jr.'s church. But to have that influence in the Georgia community is huge. And that goes a long way with the African-American voter. And even though he might have said some controversial things in the pulpit, he was the Democrat. And most African-Americans in that state will vote Democratic. She said Ossoff was all over social media. He announced his campaign on TikTok and Snapchat. He's always on Snapchat. He knows how to do all of the technical things, so he gets the young voters.
He just did a live stream.
Exactly. 11%, I believe I read that was the number, 11% Gen Z in the state of Georgia, those younger voters. So they must like this guy. And he was funded by big tech, and he promised everyone $2,000 checks, Brian.
And that became an issue because the president brought that up late and said, I side with Nancy Pelosi. I like $2,000, not $600. And then it became an issue that even Joe Biden brought up yesterday. And the question's going to be, did the infighting, family fights that the Republicans had with the president had with the governor, with the Secretary of State, did that lead to the fracture and the loss of 88,000 votes that Perdue was up the last time we went against Ossoff just 6 weeks ago? And Reverend Warnock was not going to win that jungle primary because if you combine the Republican votes, he was going to lose by about 20,000 votes. But instead, he's already won, even though Kelly Loeffler has not given in yet. And we know that in terms of David Perdue was counting on the 17,000 military ballots going mostly his way. There's 4,000 absentee ballots that need to be counted. And there's another county that needs to be done. These people didn't finish last night. They're going to finish now.
Chatham County.
And here is what Reverend Warnock said yesterday.
Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia, no matter who you cast your vote for in this election.
And I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. Stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington.
But the fact that Perdue is trailing and that she's lost, it is a Republican nightmare because now the chairmanship of every Senate committee, if Perdue doesn't find a way to come back, goes to Democrats. Every nominee that Joe Biden puts up, in theory, is going to get a green light. The attorney general that never would have passed if Mitch McConnell was majority leader, maybe someone like Sally Yates, will now be queued up to be an attorney general that might very well investigate the current
and Bernie
president.
Sanders will be in charge of the budget.
Well,
yeah, it's yeah.
But, you know, over the last couple of months, you've had the President of the United States talking about how the election was rigged, and he attacked the governor, the Republican governor in Georgia, the Republican Secretary of State, a lot of the congressional delegates as well, and people wondered if it would impact turnout. And the Cook report said that there was a turnout problem for the Republicans, particularly in the northern counties north of Atlanta, largely white, that were expected to go for Perdue and Loeffler. Turnout problem there. Not the problem, though, in the Atlanta suburbs, where the turnout was epic, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. But Lawrence Jones was on with Ainsley about 25 minutes ago and had an impassioned message. I told you this was going to happen. Here's Lawrence. Watch.
I'm so furious in the punditry over this last few months of telling the audience that socialism had zero chance. Are you kidding me? They kicked their tail in Georgia, and everyone should be furious in this audience that you had congressmen, people that are supposed to be political insiders, lie to them on national TV and tell them they didn't have a chance. I was on the ground months ago warning people, look out for the black vote. Look out for what's happening on the ground in Georgia. There's a shift that is happening in the country.
Well, there's a shift that's happening in the country, plus also Stacey Abrams, very effective getting out the vote in November, and once again yesterday.
All right, let's bring in Will Cain. He's Fox & Friends Weekend co-host and our friend. Good morning to you, Will.
Good morning.
Good morning. You know, both of my grandfathers fought in World War II. My dad was in the Army Reserves for 20 years. Never, ever did I ever think in my lifetime socialism would resonate in America.
Here's why I think that's happening, Ainsley, and here's why I think it played a role in these Georgia elections. I listened to each and every one of you, and every one of you I think is right to some degree. Brian's right. I think the Lynn Woods of the world played a role. I think the Lynn Woods of the world played a role in suppressing Republican turnout. Ainsley, I think you're right that these Republican candidates could have been stronger, but I want to go to what Steve said earlier, the role that coronavirus played. What did John Ossoff begin his message with in that live stream just now? He began it talking about COVID. COVID, we know, changed everything about our lives, our economy, our businesses, our families, our children's ability to go to school. It changed our electoral politics as well. It gave President Trump an unwinnable opponent, and it flooded our electoral system with mail-in balloting. I think every step of the way, coronavirus, lockdowns, that determined elections in 2020 and 2021. And to bring this back home to your point about people accepting the idea of socialism, when you're afraid, when your businesses are getting shut down, when you need help, that's when government steps in, plays the role of authoritarian, you know, big brother. And that's when people are more willing, I guess, to accept that socialist message. I don't think we can overstate the role that COVID played in every single aspect of our lives, including these elections.
Will, I 100% am on board with how coronavirus changed everything. And when when they write the book about the 2020 election, they're going to have to look at the president's response, because before the coronavirus pandemic hit, he was riding high. But then when it came time where he was at the fork in the road and he was talking to advisors, he took the let's go with the economy angle rather than the response to the coronavirus. He tried to do both, but push the economy to the exclusion of masking and things like that. And there were people in his inner circle who said, you know, who said, according to the New York Times, if you push the masks, that will turn off your base. But ultimately, you look at the numbers, and the people down in Georgia who it looks like are going to put a couple of Democrats in the Senate, they felt that coronavirus was the #1 issue.
Yes, Steve, but I used the phrase an unwinnable opponent. You know, the president didn't handle coronavirus perfectly, but I would challenge you to show me somebody that did. In the beginning, everybody pointed to Governor Andrew Cuomo. I think we know the reality behind that now. Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida seemingly has done the best job of anyone, but popular opinion wouldn't back that up. You wouldn't know that by media coverage of what Ron DeSantis has done. It was truly an unwinnable opponent. Right. And I'm not just talking about policy-wise, Steve, the way coronavirus affected elections. I'm talking about process as well. 4 million people voted in this Georgia election. The highest turnout for a runoff election before that was in 2008, when 2.2 million people had voted. It changed everything, including the process of elections.
Right. And how about this? You factor in Joe Biden is a terrible campaigner, can't get through a speech that lasts more than 11 minutes. And you have Donald Trump's greatest asset, his ability to barnstorm the country and rally troops, but yet there was a negative side to big crowds. It showed you're ignoring the virus, many of which didn't wear masks. So as he wanted to get momentum, like he went through the tape against Hillary Clinton, the virus stopped it, and then he got the virus. Right. And then he went into the hospital.
Right. And plus, Brian and Will and Ainsley as well, the other component is during a pandemic, there are a lot of people who simply did not want to go to the polls. And so the logical route to vote would be through the mail, the absentee thing, but that became demonized, and ultimately that is one of the reasons why later on today there's going to be a ruckus on the floor of the U.S. Congress over whether or not the election results are accurate and fair.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
You bet.
All right. So the other big story is the president is not giving up hope. Today he wants many of his Republicans, and many will, challenge on the Capitol. And he wants many supporters in the Capitol, and they are there. Griff Jenkins joins us live in Washington, where the Congress is set to certify the presidential election results today. Griff.
Yeah, hey, Brian, Angel, and Steve, good morning. It's going to be quite a day. Now, you've had objections in the past, famously in 2005, Senator Barbara Boxer opposing the certification, but nothing like this with such large blocks of Republicans coming together. But someone who's going to have a lot of pressure is Mike Pence, because President Trump is really pushing him into a rock and a hard place. Here's what the president tweeted around 1 a.m. He says, quote, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back." But the New York Times reporting this morning that Pence told the president at a lunch that he did not have the power to block congressional certification, to which the president put out a statement calling that fake news. Now, here's what we know about what's going to happen today. It starts at 1 p.m. Vice President Pence will preside over the Electoral College vote count. His role is largely ceremonial, overseeing that certification. Watch for some senators, particularly Loeffler, Hawley, and Cruz, leading the objections to the certification for the states of Georgia, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. Now, joining the senators are more than 100 House Republicans, and one of the leaders of that effort, Congressman Jim Jordan, who had this to say.
You had state Supreme Courts, you had governors, you had Secretary of States. In some cases, you had county clerks unilaterally changing the election law in an unconstitutional fashion. So when that happens, there is only one remedy left. It is for the United States Congress to do their duty.
But here's the deal. The effort is not expected to succeed because when they vote on the challenges, the math doesn't currently add up. To understand how much of a Hail Mary this really is, well, all three of those Senate challenges in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania would have to succeed to even open up a path for the president, but then the House would have to approve too. And of course, that's in the hands of the Democrats and Speaker Nancy Pelosi. While all this is going on, in the backdrop of this drama, there is a national security threat. CBS reporting today that the air traffic controllers in New York received a message from Iran that simply said this, quote, "We are flying a plane into the Capitol on Wednesday. We will avenge Soleimani." Obviously a reference to President Trump taking out Qasem Soleimani just over a year ago. Now, who knows where that threat goes, but it is a good thing that government agencies and the national security folks are still hard at work on a day with so much politics. One other note about that certification, guys, this isn't going to be over this afternoon. This is going to go on for a long time because every time one state objects and has a support of one House member and one Senate member, then it goes to a 2-hour debate and they have to vote on it. It could go into the night, maybe even into tomorrow. Brian, Ainsley, Steve?
Oh, fantastic, Griff. That'll keep you out there for quite some time. Griff Jenkins, appreciate it. So a lot of people are saying, you know, the president's under the belief the vice president can do a lot to help him with his electoral fortunes, which the constitutionally is not true. And the Washington Post writes today that the president's being fed misinformation by Rudy Giuliani, Peter Navarro, Sidney Powell, and other lawyers that are telling him that Mike Pence can do a lot. I feel bad for Mike Pence. He's been as loyal as the day is long. In every step of the way, word is, I don't care if he's in Israel or Egypt, he backs the president 100%, never blinks, and now he's put in a very tough spot.
And you know, Brian, to your point, there was a story yesterday that Mike Pence, after all of the criticism from the president of Mike Pence, hey, we're really counting on him, the story was out there that he may not even show up. But then, as it turns out, it was further explained he is planning to show up.
Right.
But when they every time there's an objection, the senators are going to break away from the House members. They're going to go into the Senate chamber. And then, rather than Mike Pence presiding, Charles Grassley, the president pro tem of the Senate, will preside.
Right. He's not thinking about 2024. And I guarantee you he will show up.
Well,
he'll be there.
And they're asking for just 10 days. Ted Cruz says, I want a 10-day audit so that I can just investigate and make sure that the integrity of this election. And then I've heard others say, we're not trying to overthrow the president, that Biden will be president. We're just trying to make sure the voter can trust the system from here on out. Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, Fox & Friends Weekend co-host, and he is also with Griff. Where are these rallies? The first rally begins at 11, right?
That's right. We believe the president will take the stage at 11, actually, with speakers coming before that. You mentioned the 10-day audit that the senators and congressmen will be fighting for up on Capitol Hill. I think if you talk to folks here, that's the least they're asking for, the least they want after 2 months. They've stolen from them, and based on moving the goalposts with mail-in balloting, as Will has talked about, in a way that they believe the other side used fraudulently, the least they want is an opportunity to look into it. This rally is a part of it. The president will likely make reference to that, as well as the vice president here today. And then the big show continues on Capitol Hill with the fight over the Electoral College. But we're joined now by Jessica and Don, a couple of folks that came out here to be a part of this rally, the Save America March. They drove all the way from Georgia. Jessica, and so Georgia's had a special place for people today, too. But I might ask you about that at the end. But first, why did you make the drive all the way here to be here today?
Well, saving our republic is really important to us. I work in an industry where having a political opinion isn't really important, but I love President Trump so much. I had the opportunity to be at the White House in October and just cried the whole time. I'm a patriot at heart, and if we lose our rights and we lose this election, my daughters are not going to have the country that I grew up in, and that is horrible to me. We have to not allow people to take our civil liberties and just do what they want with them and as they please.
Don, do you feel like the president lost the election, or do you feel like it was stolen from him?
It was stolen, and that's why we're here. We're here to support President Trump and everybody else so they can get the fair elections that we need.
What's your expectation happen on Capitol Hill? The vice president's presiding today. What would you like to see happen?
Our president should win. It was stolen from us, and I would say to every Biden supporter, every Democrat, they should be standing up for the same thing. They should be standing up that we have free and fair elections where everybody has to be counted legally, and that we can't just take control because we want to. That's what separates us from other countries.
Very well said. Jessica, Don, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I've talked to him off camera, too, pretty disheartened by the results in Georgia. But I think that's a great way to wrap it up, guys. If you have a fair examination of a vote and make sure every legal vote counts, then both sides can agree on the winner, and that helps our republic in the end. So we'll bring this rally to you when it comes on Fox and Friends or later on the Fox News channel.
All right, Pete, I know you will. Appreciate it. Not easy doing those interviews through the loud blasting music, but he's made it look easy. Meanwhile, 23 minutes after the hour, the vote to certify the election now just hours away, but over 100 GOP lawmakers are ready to challenge the Electoral College results and object to Joe Biden's victory, including Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan. He joins us now. Congressman, what's your approach to this? I think we're in uncharted waters. I read last night, or I watched Matt Gaetz last night. He said Republican leadership is contemplating taking the 1 hour that you have to present your objections to each state and giving part of that time away to Republicans who don't support the objections. What can you tell me about this?
Well, the thing I can tell you about the whole thing is this is about defending the Constitution. The founders placed this ultimate authority with the United States Congress. Today, we should do our duty because we know that 5 states, some of the 5 key states that were critical in this election, changed their election law in an unconstitutional fashion. You can start with Arizona, which will be the first state that we debate. The Arizona law is very clear. Registration date ends on October 5th. The Democrats went to court, got an Obama-appointed judge to say, no, we're going to extend it 18 days. Just changed it unilaterally, did an end run around the Constitution, and that was the template. They did it in state after state after state because they knew under the real rules, the rules that the legislature, according to the Constitution is supposed to set, they knew they couldn't win. And they had been trying and trying. It was impeachment. It was the Mueller thing, the Mueller special counsel, the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. They tried time and time again to get rid of President Trump, and they couldn't do it. So they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to change the rules. And they did it in an unconstitutional fashion. And Democrats never wanted to talk about it. We've asked for investigations for 9 weeks. So today's the day that the founders gave to the Congress, the ultimate day of significance, and we're going to have that debate on the House floor.
So Congressman, through the pandemic, for pandemic reasons or for party reasons, they changed the rules in Pennsylvania, Arizona, and in Georgia. I get it. But why wasn't this brought up ahead of time? I mean, you're in Ohio. They seem to have done it without controversy.
Yeah.
Florida, we always focus on Florida, not this time. Why ahead of time? Weren't we talking about this in August and September and October?
We were. We put out a report in September, said this is what the Democrats are doing. We let the world know. We put out a report where we had the hearings in the summer where they brought in the Postmaster General and attacked him. So they were planning this. This was the Democrat strategy. And there were times when the Trump campaign did go to court and try to stop it. But they went to Democrat judges, Democrat secretaries of state, Democrat governors. Sometimes it was Democrat county clerks who unilaterally changed the law. So they just did it. They did it in an unconstitutional fashion. And so when that happens, the only remedy left, according to the Constitution, is the United States Congress. And that's what this day is all about. So that's why this Don and Jessica are here, because they understand that if this doesn't happen, we don't have this debate and prevail. That what they said about the future of this country, the constitutional in our country, that is what's ultimately at stake. And those people who are at this rally, they get that. That's why they're here.
Congressman, do you worry about the future of the party? I mean, you're a fighter.
I worry about the future of the country.
Well, let me just
That's what's at stake.
Yeah, can I just finish?
Sure.
Do you worry about the future of the party? A lot of your friends are not standing with the 100. A lot of your friends on the Senate side are not standing with the 13. Do you worry about them the next day as opposed to your group the next day?
No, I'm focused on the Constitution. I'm focused on the country. And I think we got to have the debate. You know, sometimes in a debate, you actually persuade people. Imagine that. The United States Congress actually persuading people to change their position. That's what this is about. And so I'm all for having this debate. I said this the other day. You know, look, if you just follow conventional wisdom, you'd never kick the ball off in half the games. You know, if Ohio State would have followed conventional wisdom, they wouldn't have showed up last Friday night because Clemson was supposed to win, but they showed up and they kicked their tail. So our job is to present this information in a compelling way today on the House floor, in a compelling way for the American people to see and for our colleagues.
And Congressman, I appreciate the sports analogy, so I know you do it for me, so I help understand this stuff. But lastly, if they gavel in Joe Biden and confirm the Electoral College results, is it Mike Pence's fault?
Today is about the debate we're going to have in presenting the evidence and clearly showing that in state after state, Democrats took this pattern, had this template where they would go around the state legislature, go around the Constitution, which is so clear. Time, manner, and place for determining elections is done by the state legislature. They went around that. This is about that debate today and convincing our colleagues that they should not certify the electors from those respective states.
Congressman, anyone that saw this congressman from Ohio 4 years ago, they knew him, they saw him once in a while. But over the last 3 3/4 years, I guess 4 years, we've had a chance to see you in all these different settings. And I think even the Democrats would have to say they're impressed with what you bring to the table. That did not go by the president. He awarded you the Medal of Freedom. What's that like?
Well, I'm grateful. I feel like this is something that I certainly don't deserve, but I so appreciate this president. I appreciate his leadership, as so many Americans do. And, you know, our family is honored by this. And I'm so supportive of the fact that my colleague, Devin Nunes, received that honor on Monday of this week.
Too many wrestlers with that medal. You and Dan Gable. I think that's a problem.
That was a fun ceremony when the Gable family was here a couple of weeks ago. I got to be at that. I had a great time.
Yeah, a lot of grandchildren flat on their backs having a good time in the Oval Office. Congressman, thanks so much.
You bet. Thank you, Brian.
All right, still ahead. The media going all in on slamming Republicans' election challenge, but critics calling out a glaring problem. Fox News contributor Molly Hemingway reveals what Team Biden said just a week ago that could complicate that narrative next.
There are some Republican lawmakers who vow to challenge Joe Biden's election victory later today. Some in the media not holding back already.
A growing number of Republicans, Trump loyalists mostly, on Capitol Hill want Congress to try and overturn the election results. And it has dramatically fractured the Republican Party in ways we've frankly never seen before.
A dozen co-conspirators from the United States Senate joining in his crimes against democracy.
They know what they're doing on the 6th is bogus.
It's a futile last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory.
Okay, well, just 1 week ago, Joe Biden's incoming press secretary, Jen Psaki, said anyone covering the event should just treat it as a formality. Watch this.
This is merely a formality. It certainly should be treated as such by people who are covering it. And regardless of whatever antics anyone is up to on January 6th, President-elect Biden will be sworn in on the 20th.
Fox News contributor and senior editor of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway, joins us right now from the D.C. area. Molly, good morning to you.
Great to be here with you.
You know, she is accurate. In the past, it has been largely a formality, but this time it seems different, even though Democrats have tried similar things in the past.
I don't think there is a bigger disconnect right now between the media and a lot of Americans about their concerns about this very sloppy election. And so they have done a really bad job of explaining what's going on, explaining the significance. People are frustrated not just by having this mass move to mail-in balloting without appropriate scrutiny, but really about the entire rigging of the system, whether that's big media lying about Trump or lying in defense of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, their preferred candidate, big tech censoring people who didn't, support their preferred candidate, or all of the litigation that led to these changes in how we handle elections. People have very serious concerns, and actually, I'm kind of surprised at how large the numbers of Republican objectors you have, both in the House and the Senate. That really speaks to how this is a very major issue. Republican voters know that if they cannot clean up voting systems, if people always have an asterisk next to elections because they don't feel confident in them, that is a very serious threat to the republic. And whether the media and other Democratic activists feel that they can just say this is a formality or say, there's no need to pay attention to this, that doesn't change the fact that you actually do need to have people confident in the results of elections, that they are real, and that's an issue that's not going away.
It's not. And yesterday, our Fox voter analysis showed that a majority of Republicans, 7 in 10, believed that the November election results were not accurate. Meanwhile, nearly all Democrats believed that it was fair. So that is one of the reasons why you've got these objections up on Capitol Hill. But Molly, Mike Pence is kind of in a jam because the president has said we're all counting on Mike to fix this later today. But according to the Constitution, he really can't do anything to reject the election results.
Yeah, I think people by and large understand that former Vice President Biden will be inaugurated in a few weeks. But that is kind of different than what people are talking about here, which is saying that they would like people to pay attention to elections going forward, that this is a very serious issue. And again, it's not just about this election. It's not just about this year. A lot of the people who are saying that this is something that you can't do spent the last 4 years, day in and day out, undermining the president, not permitting a peaceful transfer of power to President Trump, pushing this Russia hoax that everybody knew was wrong. They intentionally lied about it. And so for people to say now, you can't do anything or else it's improper, after doing that for 4 years, is infuriating to people who suffered through that.
Before you go, I know we hadn't talked about talking to you about this, but I am curious your analysis of what went haywire for the Republicans, it appears, in Georgia.
Well, I think that when you have a loss like this, you can point fingers in a number of directions, and people are going to do that where they're blaming each other. Failure has 1,000 fathers. But I think it's interesting that the Republican establishment really felt that they were going to win this, and they kept pointing to their voter turnout efforts. And it reminded me a bit of what happened in 2012 with Mitt Romney when they said, we've got that ORCA system. I don't know if you remember that, where they said our voter turnout will be great. And it turned out not to be so great. I don't think there's any substitute. You can have these consultant-led campaigns with a lot of money. There's simply no substitute to having candidates who people are excited to get out and vote for. And I think that was lacking here. And I think the Republican Party needs to focus more on quality candidates and good policy ideas and less on spending a lot of money on ads or consultant-focused races.
Well, you look at the numbers and the turnout, it does appear that the Democrats were more excited about their candidates because they showed up in epic numbers from what we've seen so far. Although the Ossoff-Perdue race has not yet been called because it's too close to call. All right, Molly, thank you for your analysis.
Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, DeRoy Murdoch joins us next on the potential power shift in D.C. Straight ahead.
We are back with a Fox News alert. Democrat Raphael Warnock is projected to unseat Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler in the state of Georgia in that runoff race.
All right, but the race between Republican David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff still too close to call. They have stopped counting for now, despite Ossoff's declaring victory at the top of the hour. Kind of an interesting approach.
That's right. We expect more results over the next couple of hours. Let's bring in Will Kane. He's been on the ground there in Georgia for about 72 hours. Will, your observation about what could be a political earthquake down there in Georgia?
Yeah, I think the question now is what happens next, Steve. Of course, the legislative agenda, should this turn out to be the case, should it turn out to be the case that Jon Ossoff beats David Perdue, and we know Raphael Warnock has been declared the winner over Kelly Loeffler, would give the Democrats the control of the Senate, the House, and the presidency. That would allow them to pursue their legislative agenda somewhat unabated. I think you could count on increases in taxes. You can count on pursuit of policies like the Green New Deal. Will that mean more extreme policies like packing the court, doing away with the filibuster, adding D.C. and Puerto Rico as states are also on the agenda list? Well, they might be on the agenda list, but are they accomplishable? That comes down to senators like Joe Manchin. But I also think this is important. What does it mean for the future of the country when it comes to both state and nationwide elections? You know, Georgia will have a gubernatorial race coming up in just a few years. Will Democrats also be able to take control of Georgia at the local level? What does it mean for states like Texas that seem to be trending somewhat in that same purple-leaning direction? Will mail-in balloting continue to play a major role in those states, in those elections? Is Georgia the beginning of something? I'll tell you this, I do believe it's the beginning of a big debate, a big fight over whether or not this country is going to be embracing these more extreme policies, defund the police, censorship from tech. Will it be embracing that far left agenda, or will there be a pushback, in fact, in places like Texas and other states?
All right, thank you so much, Will. What do the Georgia results ultimately mean for the Senate and the balance of power in D.C.? Fox News contributor DeRoy Murdoch joins us now. Good morning to you.
Morning, Ainsley. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. So if you look at this, what's happening in Georgia, if they win, if Democrats win both of these seats, then it'll be 50-50 in the Senate, and Kamala Harris will be the tiebreaker. Then they'll have the House, then they'll have the presidency. What does that mean for the future of our country?
Ainsley, if all those things happen, you're going to see a significant jump to the left. I have a piece on foxnews.com and also on nationalreview.com on just what this will do for Senate committees. If the Democrats take over completely, you're going to see a huge shift to the left in terms of committee chairmen. For example, the Budget Committee, the next Senate budget, if Democrats prevail, will not be written by Lindsey Graham, but by the socialist pinup Bernie Sanders. The Help Committee, that's Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Rather than Libertarian Republican Rand Paul, it's going to be Patty Murray, who's just a very, very standard left-wing Democrat. The Judiciary Committee, rather than John Cornyn, is a pretty reliable conservative, number 2 Republican in the Senate. Instead of him, it's going to be Dick Durbin, who is the number 2 Democrat in the Senate. So you're going to see a significant leftward shift in terms of the committee chairman, in terms of investigations. If you're interested in getting the bottom of the Hunter Biden scandal, the bottom of election fraud of 2020, how the Russiagate hoax began and how that dogged the president for 3 years. If the Republicans are in control, you'll see Senate committees investigate these things. If the Democrats are in control, they're going to give these things a decent burial and never hear about them again.
Yeah, Senator Ron Johnson said he would definitely investigate if they hold on to one of these seats. So there's a Fox News poll, and 7 in 10 Republicans say they do not believe the results were certified accurately. What does that tell you if there's no faith in the election system or voter
analysis?
Is a
problem. This is why this. Sure, this is why this is so important that we have this challenge in the Congress today before the Electoral College. There's an excellent report done by Georgia State Senate Subcommittee on Election Law. I recommend people look that up online. And they took a look at the election in the Peach State, and their conclusion was, quote, "The November 3, 2020 election was chaotic and the results cannot be trusted. This election was rife with inconsistencies, irregularities, and illegalities." And just to give you a couple of examples, you may remember very clearly the GOP challengers who were blocked from the counting rooms in Atlanta. They were told they couldn't get in. Some were told that they had to leave. You also had later on observers who were in the counting room who were told everything's done, let's wrap it up for the night. They left. As soon as they took off, 4 people stayed behind, started pulling out trunks full of ballots and counting them without any supervision, without any oversight. And then very interesting, 3 affidavits, 2 of them by Democrats, saying that they saw a number of absentee ballots that were pristine. The markings for Biden, where it looked as if they were done mechanically, not personally. They were all pristine and beautifully done and identically and consistently marked. And an observer named Carlos Silva, who's a Democrat, said that he heard the name Biden called 500 times in a row. You see that sort of thing, and you think that something stinks like a landfill, and that's why we got to get to the bottom of this with this challenge in Congress today.
And you look at Pennsylvania, where people were the folks that were there observing the many people that were counting the ballots and trying to match up who people voted for. Some of them were a few feet away. Some were told to go back, and then they pushed the machines to the other side of the room so they couldn't see. And then you hear about, you mentioned the affidavits, hundreds and hundreds of affidavits that were signed.
Absolutely
if you sign
right.
one of those and you're lying, you go to prison.
Absolutely right, absolutely. And about 202,000 more ballots than there are actual voters who voted in Pennsylvania, according to 19 different members of the Georgia State Senate.
Right. Thanks so much, DeRoy.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Coming up, live coverage of the Save America rally in D.C. with our own Pete Hegseth. But first, let's check in with Sandra Smith for what's coming up at the top of the hour. Hey, Sandra.
Ainsley, good morning to you. 2 big stories we're watching this morning. Georgia's Senate results still rolling in. Democrat Raphael Warnock has defeated Kelly Loeffler. The Perdue-Ossoff race still too close to call at this hour. Plus, rallies happening in Washington today with President Trump set to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We will have that for you live. And hours later, Congress is set to hold a joint session to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. Rachel Campos-Duffy, Ben Domenech, Chris Wallace, Howie Kurtz, and more will be joining Bill Hemmer and me live. Top of the hour. See you then.
In just a few hours, the president is set to address the Save America rally as the GOP lawmakers are vowing to challenge today's certification of the election results.
So, with your permission, I'd like to check back in with Fox and Friends Weekend co-host Pete Hegseth, live on the National Mall. Pete.
Permission granted, Brian, and it is a festive feel here. Folks have been out for hours early. It's packed, thousands more pouring in. The president will be on that stage in just a couple of hours with critical remarks to be made about what's happening on Capitol Hill, and that's why everybody's here, because we're 2 weeks from Inauguration Day, and folks here feel like what happened since Election Day has not been above board. And I want to talk to folks we got 2 from Utah and 2 from Chicago, and if you would, give me your name, quite simple, your name, and why are you here at the Save America March today?
Dave Adams from Kansas City, Utah. We're here to stand and hold the line for Americans. We're here to stand and say we're not going to take this. You know, that we see what's going on, and we're here to exercise our patriotic duty as Americans, to stand and say that we're going to stand for this nation. We're going to stand for Donald Trump. We're here to peaceably assemble and fight for our rights. You know, and stand up for those who can't. Because what's going on in our nation right now, we need everybody to stand up. We need everyone to join together in this family, together right now, in this patriotic family.
I'm Dawn, and I'm here to support the President of the United States and the election he has won.
Sir, how about you?
My name's David Wiersma. I'm from Chicago, and we're here to support the President. Our country's been operating outside of its procedures for a very long time. We're here to support the President to stop the corruption in our government.
Last word real quick, ma'am.
Hi, Carol Turner, and I'm here because I feel like it's our last opportunity for freedom. If we just lay down and let this slide again, I think we've let things slide too many times, and so I feel like if we let it slide, we will never see our freedom again.
Patriots here ready to fight, certainly have the back of the president, and hoping there's some courage shown on Capitol Hill today, guys. Back to you in New York City.
All right, Pete, thank you very much. Excellent coverage today, live from the mall down in D.C. All right, 4 minutes before the top of the hour, we're going to step aside. Back in just a couple of minutes.
Make sure you download the Fox News app. Just open up your camera and scan the QR code that you see there underneath Brian, right there on your screen. And Brian, what's coming up on radio?
We got Bill Crane, WSB's own. He's going to go inside this Atlanta election and the standoff that we still have. Martha McCallum, who I've met in person, and Ben Domenech, who is on our show.
And this is a Fox News alert as we watch two major stories developing at this hour. Election results still rolling in from those Senate runoff races in Georgia. All of this as pro-Trump protesters gather in Washington for rallies. President Trump is set to take the stage to address his supporters 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning, just hours before Congress holds a joint session to certify the 2020 Electoral College results. This is going to be a busy morning. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith. Hello, Bill.
It is. Smitty, good morning to you. I'm Bill Hemmer live here in Atlanta. You wake up this morning, Sandra, you get the feeling that we have woken to... our country has moved to a different place, and you get that sense here in Georgia today. We may get that sense in Washington, D.C. as well. As you mentioned, a lot of events to get to today in the nation's capital. Meanwhile, here in Atlanta, here's the story. Democrat Raphael Warnock projected to defeat Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, while the other contest between the Republican David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff too close to call. That will likely go to a runoff as it stands now. 99% of the vote is in. Ossoff holds a slim lead over Perdue. Here is the Reverend Warnock late last evening in Atlanta.
We were told that we couldn't win this election. But tonight, we prove that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible.
We're going to fight for this president, so I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us.
All of this as a growing list of Republican lawmakers say they will object to Joe Biden's win as Congress meets to certify the results of the 2020 election. Fox team coverage for you this morning. Rachel Campos Duffy will join us in moments with analysis. John Roberts is live at the White House, but we begin with Jonathan Seri. He is live in Decatur, Georgia. Jonathan, is it too early to say that Georgia has turned blue?
Well, there are still thousands of ballots being counted, but they are in predominantly blue counties, such as DeKalb County, where I'm standing right now. Democrat Jon Ossoff, who still enjoys a slim lead over Senator David Perdue, declared victory this morning, but he did strike a conciliatory tone. Listen.
Whether you are for me or against me, I'll be for you in the U.S. Senate. I will serve all the people of the state. I will give everything I've got to ensuring that Georgia's interests are represented in the U.S. Senate.
Senator Perdue has not conceded the race. Earlier this morning, his campaign released this statement: "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Democrat Raphael Warnock, who is projected to defeat Kelly Loeffler, criticized his opponent's pledge to challenge President-elect Joe Biden's victory when she goes to the Senate today.
She has consistently put what she perceives to be her own short-term political interests over the concerns of ordinary people. And the people of Georgia rose up and they rebuked that last night.
And early this morning, basketball superstar LeBron James tweeted that he may be interested in purchasing the Atlanta Dream. That's the WNBA professional women's basketball team that Kelly Loeffler currently owns. Back to you.
Okay, Jonathan Seri live on the ground there in Georgia for us. Thank you, Bill.
As we wait for more results here now, at the moment, the Perdue race has a difference of 0.4%. By state law, anything at 0.5 or less goes to an automatic recount. A moment ago, I think I said a runoff. Just want to clear that up right now. There could be a recount here. The last one took up to 10 days in Georgia. Meanwhile, here's the scene in D.C. President Trump expected to be on stage 2 hours from now. Big rally, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Supporters gathering to protest the certification of the Electoral College vote when Congress convenes this afternoon. All this following a tense night in D.C. after a pro-Trump demonstration ended with several arrests. That went late into the night. John Roberts early today at the White House North Lawn. What's the president saying about today's challenge by Republicans on the Hill? John, good morning.
Bill, good morning to you. Passions running high in Washington, D.C. on both sides. No question about that. That Save America March rally on the ellipse south of the White House will be getting underway very shortly. The president, as you mentioned, expected to speak at 11 o'clock this morning. That rally sending a message to Congress as it considers certifying the Electoral College vote back on December the 14th. The person who will be presiding over the proceedings in Congress is Vice President Mike Pence. He'll be fielding any challenges to the electoral count vote and referring them to the House and the Senate, and the president making it clear what he expects from Mike Pence, tweeting this morning, quote, states want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud plus corrupt process, never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. President Trump and many Trump supporters believe the vice president has the authority to unilaterally accept or reject slates of electors that are presented to him, but the vice president does not have that authority under the Electoral Count Act to unilaterally accept or deny slates of electors that have been certified and signed by a state governor. The New York Times reports that at lunch yesterday, Pence told the president as much, prompting the president to put out this statement via his campaign. The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Our vice president has several options under the U.S. Constitution. He can decertify the results or send them back to the states for change in certification. He can also decertify the illegal and corrupt results and send them to the House of Representatives for the one vote, one state tabulation. Now, challengers are likely to point to two historic examples of a vice president acting unilaterally. In 1801, when he was presiding over the electoral vote count, Thomas Jefferson passed on the electoral votes from the state of Georgia, despite the fact that there was a defect in the ballot. There was a missing page, but no one disputed the fact that Jefferson had won Georgia over John Adams. The other was in 1961, when Richard Nixon, then vice president, was presiding over the electoral count certification. There were two slates, competing slates of electors from the state of Hawaii. It was their first election. They had a recount there, so they had two certified slates of electors. Nixon told the joint session, I've looked into this, and if there is no objection, we will count Hawaii for John Kennedy. There was no objection, so that count was entered into the record, but Nixon did not act unilaterally. Now, it is possible there will be competing slates of electors presented today, but the only ones that will be accepted are ones that have been certified by a state governor, and there are no competing slates of electors that have been certified. The vice president's office says Mike Pence will act today with fidelity to the law and the Constitution, but Bill, it's going to be a long process. It is expected that this will not be fully done until sometime tomorrow, so we've got a long day and night ahead of us. Bill?
Indeed we do. And also, John, we're going to be covering a lot of that today when it gets underway early afternoon. Thank you for your reporting. Check back with you a bit later today. John Roberts, thanks. Sandra.
All right, buckle up. More on this. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Rachel Campos-Duffy. Rachel, good morning to you. Welcome. As the results were rolling in last night, I'm sure you saw our colleague Tucker Carlson when he came in with his monologue at 8 o'clock last night. He made the point that Democrats are on the verge of unchecked power, but then goes on to ask, where was the GOP? Watch.
If Democrats win the two elections on the ballot today, they're not going to be too concerned about Juneteenth. They have much bigger goals in mind, like eliminating the filibuster, adding new states to the Union, changing the flag, packing the Supreme Court. We've seen it coming for a long time. The question we need to ask right now is, why did so few Republicans do anything to stop it?
Rachel, your analysis is very important this morning. You and your husband, Sean Duffy, are very strong voices in the Republican Party. You see what's happening. You just watched what's happening down in Georgia as we continue to watch those results roll in. So did Republicans do enough? And what did your party get wrong?
Well, first of all, I love Tucker Carlson. I thought his analysis was spot on. But when he asked, what can the Republicans do? Well, I think there are limits to what politics can do. I believe culture is more important, that elections are lagging indicators of what is happening in the culture. And let's be very clear. We have been under a multi-generational, very patient, very potent indoctrination program by the left. And they have captured so many aspects of American life, from media, social media, big tech, corporate America, all the way down, our education system, not just our universities, but all the way down into, our elementary schools. The African American vote was very important in this vote. It really is what won the day. And the African American culture has been captured by the left, whether it's sports, media, their leaders. I mean, you're to the point where you have a Christian pastor who unabashedly announces that he is pro-abortion. And so this is a very serious problem. Make no mistake, Sandra, last night on the ballot, socialism was on the ticket, and socialism won. And if you can win, if socialism can win in Deep South Georgia, socialism can win anywhere. And one more point I would like to make. The other person who won last night, who was not on the ballot, was Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was an outlier only a few years ago within his own party. His ideas are completely normalized, and not just on the left, they have permeated into the center of America. So this is a massive wake-up call to conservatives, to Republicans, that it is really, we're going to lose our country and our values if we don't engage in this culture war. Our ideas are not, passed on in the bloodstream to our children. They are taught. Our schools aren't teaching them, and that puts a lot more responsibility on our parents to teach it at home, but also to start taking over our school boards, to stop seeding our children and handing them over to this indoctrination machine that is happening in our country. I'm trying not to be too dramatic about this, Sandra, but I really do think that so much is at stake. And I know I keep saying one last point, but I just have so much on my mind tonight. Yeah. The African-American vote was so important. As I mentioned before, they were captured. If you look at the Hispanic vote, not as susceptible to socialism because they have such a first-hand experience. Yeah. Get ready. We've got four rough years. If they win, if Purdue does not win in this election, they are going to move quickly, and America is going to change very, very quickly.
Newt Gingrich shared a similar point about the minority vote in Georgia yesterday on this program. Based on everything you just said, Rachel, I'll ask you how you want to see your party proceed, knowing that we're about to hear from the president, 11 a.m. Eastern time. He's going to address his supporters at these rallies there in Washington. And then later today, 1 o'clock Eastern, you're going to see a number of Republicans step up that have already said they would do so and object to the certification of the electoral votes of the 2020 presidential election. Eric Trump, the president's son, is now putting out a strong warning for any member of the party that does not stand up and object to those results. Listen.
Any senator or any congressman that does not, meaning on this side, that does not fight tomorrow, I'm telling you, will not, their political career is over because the MAGA movement is going nowhere. My father's created the greatest political movement in American history, and I'm telling you, they will get primaried the next time around, and they will lose.
This as his father, President Trump, is slamming McConnell, Cornyn, and Thune as weak and ineffective rhinos ahead of the Electoral College certification. So is this the right message for the Republican Party, Rachel, or does it further divide the GOP?
No, look, I think that the Republicans need to put this forward. To say that they have problems with the election. There are millions and millions of Americans who believe that there was fraud. We know that the left used coronavirus as an excuse to push through universal voting, something, by the way, they don't even do in Mexico. They require IDs, and they would never mail ballots out. So, they tried to do things using fear, using COVID, saying that making people afraid to go vote, while people could go to Walmart and Home Depot and all kinds of things. So the left has been trying to play with elections for a long time. We should have been more vigilant. But to be fair, many things were changed at a bureaucratic level and didn't go through the legislature, which is exactly why in Wisconsin, for example, people are upset. And so I think it's right to make the case. I don't think that you're going to have anything come of it, but it's important for conservatives, all conservatives, to voice their objection to this. Because if we want reform, the way Stacey Abrams got reform, she was hailed as a hero for saying her elections were not fair. It's important for us to state that we believe that there were lots of shenanigans in this election. Okay. And hopefully we can get reform in the future.
We will see what those Republicans who stand up for the president this afternoon, what they have to say. Great to get your analysis this morning. Rachel, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Happy New Year.
And to you as well. Much more on the objection to certify the Electoral College vote with 2 Republican congressmen, both joining that challenge. Brian Babin of Texas and Brian Mast of Florida. They will join us live straight ahead.
Looking forward to hearing from them. In the meantime, though, back here in Georgia, I want to take a look right now as to where things stand. Take a closer look at the Senate races. Fox News projects Democrat Raphael Warnock defeated Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. The race between the Democrat Jon Ossoff and David Perdue, too close to call. As I mentioned a moment ago, that will likely go, if it holds, to a recount. Byron York with me now. And Byron, good morning to you. I think Rachel makes a lot of interesting points there. And I mentioned a moment ago, it feels like the ground has shifted a little bit as you wake up this morning across the country. It reminds me of 12 years ago when Barack Obama and Democrats were so successful. That's late 2008, early 2009. Where do you think, or what do you think this vote tells us now, Byron?
Well, first of all, if David Perdue does lose, and it looks like that's probably going to happen, it was a disastrous night for the Republican Party. There's just no doubt about it. The Republican Party came into the Georgia runoffs with an advantage. It only had to win one of the 2 runoffs to retain control of the Senate. And now it looks like they might have lost both of them. On the other hand, this is something that has happened before. Barack Obama left office with the opposition party in control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. George W. Bush left office with the opposition party in control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. Now, they did it after 2 terms. Donald Trump has done it after 1, but it's a very similar result. It happens to parties, and they start rebuilding afterwards.
How much have you thought about President Trump's future, what he says today, and perhaps more importantly, what happens tomorrow and in the months and years after that?
Well, I think there's no doubt that President Trump played a role in these Republican defeats in Georgia. Other things did too. Kelly Loeffler, for example, was not a great candidate chosen by the governor there, Brian Kemp. President Trump preferred Doug Collins, might have been a better candidate. But there's no doubt that President Trump played a role by remaining on center stage after the election, challenging the results, giving a sort of mixed message to Georgia voters. The vote is totally corrupt, so go vote again. On the other hand, where does Trump go now? He's clearly today completely consumed with this idea of the challenge to the Electoral College results in the House and the Senate. He's not going to win there. Now, I think what Eric Trump said that we've just played earlier is really, really interesting about the continued influence of former President Trump. And there's no doubt that right now, the president's power and influence is leaking away by the minute. It happens to lame duck presidents. That's what happens. Congress won't do what he says because they know he's going to be gone in a few weeks. So will Trump be able to maintain that influence as a former president when new leaders are beginning to emerge? That's going to be the real question.
Well, Byron, thank you for your input today as we move forward. Byron York, thanks. Back to Sandra now in New York.
Okay, thank you. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo blaming the Trump administration for a sluggish vaccine rollout. But one New York assemblyman says Cuomo is the one at fault. He will join us to explain. Plus, a plan to derail the certification of the election results of the 2020 presidential election in Congress, gaining momentum with some GOP lawmakers. Texas Congressman Brian Babin is one of him. Why he says every Republican in Congress should be on board.
There are far too many people in Washington who are saying, dismiss the claims out of hand, don't look at them, don't consider them, that Congress has to have a blindfold on. I don't think that's right. I think we have an obligation to the Constitution to defend the rule of law.
No.
List of GOP lawmakers vowing to object to today's Electoral College certification. My next guest supports that challenge and says history will be unforgiving to any congressional Republican who does not join in. Joining us now, Texas Congressman Brian Babin. Congressman, good morning to you. We spoke a moment ago. You called this a momentous day. What is your reaction to what we've seen so far from these results as we see these Trump rallies gather in Washington?
It's what I expected. There are millions and millions of Americans out there who feel that they have been disenfranchised by what has happened on November the 3rd. And we know that we're planning on objecting to various states that we think, in fact, it's clearly shows they violated the Constitution, the prerogative of the state legislatures constitutionally is to choose these electors. And the election laws of these states, Sandra, were changed and in a clear violation, as I said, by not legislatures, but by governors, by secretaries of state, by local election officials, and even private entities. It's incredible. And so we're going to stand up and object and see if we can get some transparency and some scrutiny of what actually went on November the 3rd and the days following. And that's why we're here.
Many of your conservative colleagues agree. In reaction to what we've seen so far, Mark Levin says that we are on the verge of a constitutional crisis. Here's his thoughts.
We have a constitutional crisis that nobody wants to talk about. The 4 battleground states, you had unconstitutional elections if you follow the Constitution. Unconstitutional elections as a result of what the Democrats did, circumventing the state legislatures.
Congressman, circling back, adding to that and circling back to a point you just made, that this is what you expected. You saw this coming. Tucker Carlson, as we just played his monologue last night, he made a similar point. But what did the GOP do about it? Did your party do enough knowing that this was coming? Would you have done anything differently?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Of course, I'm not sitting at that table, and I assume that things were prepared for this eventuality because the president had been talking about, mail-in voters and absentee ballots for many, many weeks prior to the election. However, it didn't look like that perhaps we should have filed a lot of these lawsuits prior to the election. However, that doesn't negate the situation that we see today where unconstitutional actions were taking place in these various states that absolutely took away and disenfranchised many, many voters. When you send out hundreds of thousands and millions of unsolicited absentee ballots that you cannot verify, they have no creases in them, weren't in secrecy envelopes, spikes of hundreds of thousands of votes coming in at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in some of these states. We just feel like we have to stand up because Congress is the last bastion. We didn't get our day in court, and so we're going to have our day in Congress today. And I'm going to stand up proudly. I think I'm on the right side of history here because all of the millions of Americans need to see someone speaking on their behalf and wanting to see fair, free elections to continue our great democratic republic of the United States of America.
I want to play this from Jody Heiss earlier this morning, reacting to the elections. Watch.
The consequences of this obviously go far, far beyond Georgia. This really is going to determine the political philosophy of our country going forward, whether we're going to embrace socialism or freedom.
So, Congressman, you object to the electoral results of the 2020 presidential election. You just laid out your reasoning why. But so many hear that and wonder, what is the end game for you? Are you trying to overturn the election results and keep President Trump in the White House? Do you think that that's a possible path, or are you trying to change things for the future? If you could clarify for us.
I sure can. I'm trying to make sure that we have future free and fair elections. I would love to see this election overturned, especially if there was the evidence that was brought out after scrutinizing it and fair investigations, which we wish that some of these courts had taken, federal, state, and otherwise. However, I think that Americans want and depend upon free, fair elections, then they'll know that their votes are going to count and that illegal votes will not count. And I've spoken with my colleague, Jody Heiss, this very morning. He's from Georgia. Of course, I'm from Texas. Just stunned to see what happened there. And, you know, we had hundreds of thousands of more absentee, unsolicited ballots that were sent out by the Secretary of State in Georgia.
I've got to leave it there, Congressman.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on with us this morning. We are going to hear more from your Republican colleagues a bit later when all of that plays out. Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Missouri Senator Josh Hawley saying the protesters at his home screamed at his wife and his newborn. Other Republicans say they don't feel safe on the streets of Washington. Talk about that in a moment.
It's under attack. What do we do? What do we do? The democracy is under attack.
So 9:35 in Atlanta, 9:35 in our nation's capital, looking to march there. In about 25 minutes, we will see Eric Trump and then Donald Trump Jr. take to the stage. We'll carry their message and bring that to you live. In the 11 a.m. hour, so about 90 minutes from now, President Trump will be there as well. So we're watching that scene as we move throughout the morning from Atlanta and from Washington and back to New York with Sandra.
When democracy is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When democracy is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back.
You'll remember those were the protesters gathered outside Senator Josh Hawley's house. They are now identifying themselves as Shut Down D.C. That group was labeled as Antifa scumbags by Senator Josh Hawley. But now, how exactly is Shut Down D.C. different from Antifa? Kristen Fisher's live in Washington with what we're learning on that. Kristen, good morning.
Morning, Sandra. Well, according to the group's website, Shut Down D.C. started during the summer of 2019 in response to a call to action from another group, the Youth Climate Strikers. So when it started, it was all about climate change. But it has since shifted its focus to President Trump and his allies. You may remember this is the same group that was responsible for that early morning wake-up call outside Senator Lindsey Graham's home. They did the same thing outside Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's home right before the election. And then this outside Senator Josh Hawley's home on Monday night.
These Antifa thugs, they're an Antifa-affiliated group, show up under cover of darkness. You know, they don't have the guts to come during the day. The whole point was to terrorize and to intimidate. Yeah. And they just ran into somebody who wouldn't be intimidated, and my wife and me, and we're just not going to take it.
Shut Down D.C. responded by calling it a candlelight vigil. They say, quote, we sang songs, chanted, and shared our stories. A small group of people delivered a copy of the Constitution to his door. And now the group is fundraising off of this. They say that they've seen a 500% increase in donations over the last 2 days. Sandra?
Okay, Kristen Fisher on that story for us. Kristen, thank you. Bill?
Sandra, Senator Josh Hawley, not the only Republican lawmaker, says the recent protests are cause for concern. Freshman Congresswoman Lauren Boebert releasing a video explaining why she wants to carry a gun on the streets of Washington and inside the Capitol building. I want to bring in Matt Gorman now, former comms director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Richard Fowler, Fox News contributor. Gentlemen, welcome to the conversation here. Matt, you start. Is this something that needs to be taken up there in Washington?
You know, I do. And I think back to, it wasn't very long ago, it was 4 years ago, that a man who was sympathetic to the far left came down to a baseball field in Alexandria and opened fire on a bunch of lawmakers, Republican lawmakers. And, you know, it would have been a massacre on our hands if Steve Scalise and his Capitol Police detail hadn't happened to be there. And look, you know, Capitol Police do a great job, Capitol complex, extremely well guarded, but members of Congress who aren't in leadership don't have any armed protection. And people get approached and accosted in public places all the time. And that's what's a little scary.
What about Boebert's point, Richard?
Listen, I say this. Sure, if she wants to conceal carry in the District of Columbia, she sure should be able to do that. But there are laws and rules here in the District of Columbia. My hope is instead of releasing a commercial, she would consult the DC concealed carry website and follow the laws. It says you have to go to a 16-hour class. You have to spend 2 hours in the gun range. After that, you have to go through an MPD, ATF, FBI background check. And then following that, then you're allowed to get the concealed carry. And understanding that in that law, in the concealed carry, you're not allowed to conceal carry. Nobody is in what the law calls the hot zone, which is Capitol Hill or the Capitol complex, the White House complex, areas where issues of government are being taken up. So if she follows all those rules and follows all those laws, then she should absolutely be afforded her Second Amendment right. But for her to release a commercial without actually knowing the rules and laws that govern the District of Columbia is not only problematic, but it's almost un-American, right? The goal is to follow the laws, isn't it?
Well, we can debate tactics, certainly, but as you point out, the law is what it is in Washington, D.C. More of Josh Hawley, Matt. Watch here last night.
Screaming at my wife, demanding, come out, pounding on our door. Nobody should have this happen to them. If it can happen to my family, it can happen to any family in America. People should be safe in their homes. This kind of garbage should not happen.
What's going on in D.C., Matt? Why are we seeing this stuff?
That's a great question. Look, I live near the Capitol, and I remember during Brett Kavanaugh, I know Senator Hawley wasn't there for that, but you not only had senators being threatened, but you had their staff and the staff's families being threatened. And it's really not only does, you have these protest groups, get on TV, but it emboldens people with even worse intentions who might be harming people. Yeah. And thankfully, Josh Hawley, it wasn't intimidating. The family was kept safe.
Richard, I don't have a lot of time, but this type of activity on the front lawn of people's homes is unacceptable. Police could call, they tell them to get away. I mean, thankfully, nothing happened here. But how would you explain this public reaction in Washington?
Well, listen, I think we have a lot of work to do as a country, and what you see happening in Washington, D.C., what you saw happen last night, where pro-Trump protesters sort of attacked Metropolitan Police Department cops. We really got to sit down and reason with ourselves and look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves, is this the country?
And it's.
But my point here, Bill, is that it doesn't matter whether it's at a person's home. Whether it's at a person's home or whether it's happening to law enforcement by pro-Trump supporters on both sides of the aisle, we've got to do a better job in this country of calming down the body politic so we could actually have a civil debate without it resulting in violence, protests, and things happening in folks' home or happening to members of the media.
Okay. Gentlemen, thanks to both of you. I wish we had more time. Matt, thanks. Richard, talk to you soon. Thank you, gentlemen. Sandra.
Good to see you, Bill.
Thanks to all. We've been watching these live pictures in Washington as a big gathering of Trump supporters are in Washington. About 30,000 people are expected to attend. The president has said he is going to address those supporters and speak at 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning. So we will watch for him and carry that live for you. In the meantime, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, the president's sons, are set to speak in just about 20 minutes. We'll have that for you as well as this afternoon. The certification of the electoral results are expected. We're watching all of it. We'll be right back. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo blaming the Trump administration for the state's slow vaccine rollout today after he threatened to fine hospitals for not quickly distributing their supply of the shots. Mike Lawler joins us now, a New York State Assemblyman and a partner at the communications firm Checkmate Strategies. Thanks for joining us this morning, sir. We were so joyous for so long, so hopeful when we saw all these millions of vaccines. At first, the approval of them, multiple companies, and then the rollout of them. And then now the distribution of them. What is happening, and what is happening specifically in New York? Why aren't people being able to get this vaccine fast enough?
Well, Sandra, this is a continuation of the governor's administration since taking power in March. He asked for and received complete control of the pandemic response. And since that time, he has made numerous decisions that have had a disastrous impact on the people of the state of New York, from the nursing home crisis, which we're all familiar with, to picking and choosing who to apply the rules to. Small businesses, restaurants, religion are bad, rioters and protests are good. And now we see with the vaccine distribution, once again, his administration has taken complete control. They are not cooperating with our counties. Our county officials have vaccine distribution plans that the governor's office has basically disregarded. They've circumvented. They've gone to the hospitals, and now they're blaming the hospitals for the slow rollout. Part of the problem is many people don't know whether or not they qualify to receive the vaccine in phase 1A. We had a conference call yesterday with Commissioner Zucker and the governor's staff, and there was a lot of confusion. When the Democrats met with the governor's staff, they told them that prisoners were going to be vaccinated. When we asked that question yesterday, shortly thereafter, they said, no, that's not true. So nobody really knows what's going on with respect to who qualifies to receive this vaccine. We have seniors who are calling my office. I'm on my sixth day in office, and people are calling every day asking, do I qualify? Am I able to receive the vaccine? Wow. So there's a lot of questions. Obviously, the governor has refused to take any responsibility whatsoever. On March 20th, when he signed New York Pause into effect, he said, blame me. Well, Governor, we're blaming you.
And he's blaming others. You'll have to remember, praise has been heaped on him. He's even written a book claiming that his handling of this coronavirus crisis has been so successful, received an Emmy, we all remember. But he's blaming distribution for the slow rollout. Here he is in his own words.
The distribution system I'm outlining can deliver millions of doses. Again, we're getting 300,000 per week, and we have to wait for that to increase. Again, there's a lot of possibilities for the feds to increase supply, but they have to.
Michael Goodwin is writing about this in the New York Post this morning, sir, and he says Cuomo and de Blasio's deadly failure. He talks about their deadly failure on the COVID-19 vaccine, saying that as this virus ripped through the city and state and fear spread like wildfire, all Cuomo and de Blasio had to do was blame President Trump, and they were heroes. Soon a vaccine was seen as the only answer, and presto, in record time, the vaccine made its way to New York hospitals, and there much of it sits and sits, waiting to be put to life-saving use. It's devastating if these are just sitting on a shelf and not being administered, sir. I've only got a few seconds left, but your final thoughts on what happens next, how we get these vaccines out there effectively.
No question. And I just want to point out, yesterday is when Rockland County received 1,000 vaccines from New York State. Yesterday. So for the governor to blame anyone else at this point, it's comical. The bottom line is we need to open up access to this vaccine to as many people as possible. We have seniors, we have nursing home residents. They need the vaccine immediately. And I'm calling on the governor to work with our county officials to get this vaccine into the arms of the people who need it most.
Sir, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for joining us, and keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra.
All right.
So, Sandra, as we've been talking, a big day in Washington, awaiting President Trump to rally his supporters before the electoral vote certification. We're also going to hear from his sons. Eric and Donald Jr. will speak. We'll bring that to you live in a moment. Plus, votes still being counted in Georgia. Democrats closing in on control of the Senate. But what's that mean for the country going forward, and how does that shape your life? Chris Wallace joins our coverage as we await to hear from the Trump family just moments away in D.C. So there was some unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin overnight. A look at that now. Check it out. This is after the DA announced that no charges to be filed against the police officer who shot Jacob Blake back in August. What's that mean going forward? Jim Trusty, a former DOJ prosecutor, joins me now to talk about this from the DOJ. And Jim, good day to you. The DA said that the victim here was armed with a knife, admitted that he had a knife, although it was not seen in the video. How does that factor into this decision, Jim?
Well, it's a big factor, and I guess one of the lessons is not everything is always perfectly captured by video, but it was a very factual, very evidentiary, detailed press conference held yesterday by a career prosecutor and a use of force expert, which is a great decision to engage an expert on that early on in the process. So they got into very specific facts and problems that would happen at trial, things that I doubt any of those protesters actually paid attention to because they're more interested in narratives and icons than actual individualized evidence.
What happens in this case now? Do you see civil action or anything happening now?
Well, there could be civil action. There's a different standard in terms of proving a case civilly versus criminally, and there are some interesting components, such as the potential star witness, kind of the domestic violence victim at the center of the exchanges with Mr. Blake, made herself completely scarce to the prosecution, which was not particularly helpful for them. It could be a sign that she's got a lawyer that's whispering in her ear and trying to preserve her ability to stay out of this mess. But it also could be something where, Mr. Blake has some sort of untoward ability to control her. So there's a lot to kind of question behind the scenes. I don't think a civil case would go particularly far based on the evidence that was laid out yesterday, but it's always an option. And of course, civil rights types prosecutions are conceivable, but I just don't think so. They were very fact driven in terms of what they had to say about Blake's conduct, his escalation, his pulling out of the prongs of tasers on 2 occasions, his getting in a headlock wrestling match with a police officer. I mean, it was an escalating violent situation where the officers did what they could to defuse it, and apparently were left with very little opportunities to stop this man from either getting a knife or driving off with 2 children.
Big story, big decision, too. Jim, nice to see you today. Thank you for your analysis.
Right. Sure.
Let's hope it stays calm in Kenosha. Thank you. Jim Trusty, thank you, former DOJ. Sandra.
And that is a live look now on Capitol Hill, where this is a Fox News alert. In the nation's capital this morning, thousands of President Trump's supporters are gathering, all in an effort to protest the results of the 2020 election. This is a live look in Washington. Remarks from Eric Trump and Don Jr. are expected within moments, and that is ahead of hearing from the president himself. He is expected to take the stage and address those supporters at the top of the next hour. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Sandra Smith. A big news morning indeed. Bill, good morning to you.
Indeed it is, Sandra. A lot of fallout from overnight last night. Going to take a while to digest that and let all that settle in, and we shall. Good to be back with you, Sandra. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in Atlanta. Tensions, meanwhile, boiling over, we shall say, in Washington, D.C. late last night. So these are pro-Trump supporters. They're in town for the event that you're about to see in a couple minutes. It's also happening right before the joint session of Congress, and lawmakers meet to count and certify the Electoral College vote, and a number of Republican senators and representatives, they plan to challenge the vote, which could make for some fireworks on the Hill, and we're watching that throughout the day. Going to take several hours to work through that, Sandra, as we move forward.
And Rich Edson is live in D.C. with the very latest on just that. Rich, things could get heated, of course, with all the expected challenges to the vote this afternoon. I can see you're walking with a lot of the folks that have gathered there this morning.
That's right, Sandra, and this is going to be ground that's going to be well traversed over the day. This is the National Mall. We're in between the Capitol building behind us, the Washington Monument this way, and President Trump in about an hour is going to be over this way. Trump fans have been walking this way, piling into the National Mall, getting ready to see the president. You'll have that event with the president just about an hour from now. Then the majority of this crowd is very likely going to head back that way towards the Capitol, where the afternoon, the official vote counting begins to certify or to finally hear the official results of the Electoral College. Now, you did have some arrests yesterday as a result of all this. You had plenty of protesters throughout the city. Some incidents with police officers. There was some fighting by Black Lives Matter Plaza, which is on the other side of the White House. Metropolitan Police Department says they had several arrests as a result of all that. But you've had a massive police National Guard presence here in Washington, D.C. No one is allowed to bring weapons into the city. That's something that the city government has declared in relation to these protests. But for now, you had a good number of people yesterday, far exceeding that today, as you're going to hear the President of the United States speak in just a little bit right now, as people are streaming in across the city, across the country, really, from the National Mall to begin what starts over there. We're a good walk away from where this is actually going to happen, so they've got some time to get through there as we're headed out there now. Sandra, Bill, back to you guys.
Okay, Rich, we will catch back up with you in just a bit. Thank you for that report.
In the meantime, back in the Peach State now, it was a nail-biter deep into the night. Democrat John Ossoff leading Republican David Perdue with 99% of the vote tabulated, but that race still too close to call. Fox News projects Democrat Raphael Warnock as the winner against Republican Kelly Loeffler. Here's what they were saying late last night. First, Warnock.
Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me, and I promise you this tonight. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia.
This is a game of inches. We're going to win this election. We're going to save this country.
So Peter Doocy picks up our coverage now. He is live in Atlanta as well. Peter, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. I just spoke to a Republican official who is on the ground here in Georgia involved with the runoff effort, who looks at pictures like this one. We have a live rem of some ballots being counted in Fulton County, and they see all these ballots being counted in counties across the state, plus military ballots coming in till Friday, and then provisionals as reasons the Perdue and Ossoff race is very much ongoing. It is so close, there has not been a projection yet. However, the Democrat, John Ossoff, declared victory over David Perdue anyway.
Georgia, thank you so much for the confidence that you've placed in me. I am honored by your support, by your confidence, by your trust, and I will look forward to serving you in the United States Senate with integrity, with humility, with honor, and getting things done for the people of Georgia.
The Perdue campaign is countering that with this. As we've said repeatedly over the last several weeks, and as recently as this evening, this is an exceptionally close election that will require time and transparency to be certain the results are fair and accurate and the voices of Georgians are heard. We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious. David Perdue remains right now the only candidate in these Senate runoffs we have not seen on camera since the polls closed. Kelly Loeffler is on her way to Washington, D.C., where she is going to participate in this Republican-led effort to try to reverse the results of the presidential election. She has not conceded either, even though Fox News is projecting that she came up short against Raphael Warnock. Bill?
Okay, Peter, thank you. Back to you throughout the morning and the afternoon. Thank you, Peter Doocy.
Thank you. For more on this, let's bring in Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist. Ben, a lot of folks probably want to hear what you have to say this morning. We talked to you a lot leading up to the big night last night. What we know this morning, as you just heard Peter report, still waiting on some more results. I'll put this up on the screen. This is a Democrat from New Hampshire, Chris Pappas, on the possibly flipping the Senate, what that means for the Democratic wish list, including the $2,000 stimulus checks, the Equality Act, DREAM Act, infrastructure, Voting Rights Act, state and local funding, climate action. There is a lengthy list that Republicans have been warning. If the Senate flips and we lose control, they will quickly check off that list. How much closer this morning are Democrats to doing just that?
I think they're a lot closer, Sandra, and it's good to be with you here on this Recriminations Wednesday, which is such an enjoyable time for reporters to call all of their lobbyists and their pollster friends to get the blame for the result of an election that a party expects to go a different way. I think the most immediate thing you're going to see, though, when it comes to a flipped Senate is a real freedom on the part of Joe Biden to name whoever he wants to a lot of critical positions. Those nominations are things that could have been difficult fights, situations where he might not have gone with someone who could be more radical in a particular situation. I do think it's very telling, for instance, that we didn't get an attorney general named before all of this went down. And that's going to lead, I think, to some real results in terms of the different bureaucracies and agencies that are going to make a lot of decisions. Now, this is still an evenly split Senate in all likelihood. If things stay the way that they do, I do think that the Perdue race could end up close enough that it goes to a recount, which could be interesting. But this is a situation where clearly Republicans did not have the kind of result that they wanted with these two incumbents. And there are a lot of different fingers being pointed around for who to blame for that.
Fair enough. And that blame game will be played for quite some time to come, I'm sure. When it comes to lessons learned, the Republicans knew what would happen if they lost. Again, still waiting on the results of that too close to call race. Ben, the president is about to speak in Washington and address his supporters that are gathering on the ground there. Top of the hour, we expect to hear from him, his sons before that. What does the message need to be from him, as he is still largely seen as the head of the Republican Party?
Well, I think a lot of his message should be focused on what he hopes to achieve from today, but also I think what he hopes to achieve from the future. This is a situation where the president kind of has to decide whether, to your point, he wants to remain as the leader of the Republican Party, the leader of the Republican coalition, one that he obviously kind of took over despite having to fight his way to do so against Republican Party establishment leaders. They're eager to blame this on the president, saying that, him complaining about these election results in Georgia and in other states distracted from things, that his is putting forward this $2,000 stimulus, an increase over the $600, that muddied the waters. But I think that the actual lessons you could take away from this moment is that you need the Trump coalition plus a little bit more. If you had Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue match up with the numbers that they had gotten when Donald Trump was on the ballot, they would still be senators today. Instead, you saw a decline in a number of key places that ultimately made the difference in probably both of these races. That's a situation that I think should require a lot of Republicans to basically say, can we build this coalition again without Donald Trump on the ticket? As of today, assuming that these outcomes hold, you would end up in a situation where only 6 senators in the entire U.S. Senate would represent states that were won by the opposite party, 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans. That tells you that these Senate races are now effectively nationalized, that they take on a new character where these people are less viewed as kind of voting on John Ossoff's resume and more on what he represents in terms of a vehicle for a progressive agenda.
Really interesting analysis on that. Finally, I want to ask you about this developing story with Josh Hawley, who plans to object to the outcome of the electoral votes this afternoon in Washington. That's expected at 1 o'clock, the certification of those votes. He went on the record saying he was going to object to it. Some protesters showed up at his home. He went on the Ingram angle last night, slamming those protesters. Watch.
I love this Antifa group now says, oh, it was a candlelight vigil. We were singing songs, like it's a church choir or something, with bullhorns, screaming at my wife, demanding come out, pounding on our door. If it can happen to my family, it can happen to any family in America. People should be safe in their homes. This kind of garbage should not happen.
Then the Washington Post ran this headline. Senator Josh Hawley says Antifa scumbags terrorized his family's Virginia home. Police called the protesters peaceful. He responded to that, said the Washington Post this morning printed outright lies from the Antifa group, who now describe themselves as sweet angels. BS, you screamed through bullhorns, shouted down my wife when she asked you to leave, vandalized property, pounded on our door, and terrorized neighbors. Is this ever okay, Ben?
No, it's not okay. I mean, the Washington Post yesterday also claimed that Jacob Blake was unarmed, so they weren't exactly covering themselves in glory over the last 24 hours. Look, I think this is absolutely unacceptable. I don't see how a peaceful protest involves banging on someone's door in the middle of the night. As the father of a newborn myself, I can know what my reaction would be if my wife and little child had to put up with something like that. Josh Hawley's going to go forward. He's going to make his argument. He's going to have his day. And then I think, we all know that Joe Biden is going to become the president ultimately. And that's a situation where he should be allowed to raise a ruckus, to make himself heard, to represent his citizens, and he shouldn't have to fear for his family because of that.
All right. Ben, thanks for joining us this morning. It's always great to see you, and we will see that all happening this afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Great to be with you.
You too. Bill?
We're on standby for the Trump family in D.C. We will bring you there in a moment. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris repeatedly telling what supporters say is a touching story from when she was a young little girl. But did she plagiarize that anecdote? What the vice president-elect said and who she's accused of copying in a moment here. Plus, it is a big day. There will be high drama. There will be tension throughout the day in Washington. Joint session of Congress set to convene to certify the Electoral College votes. In a moment, Chris Wallace joins me with a look at the big picture as we see it now. Also, as pro-Trump protesters take to the streets last night and today.
Trump now delivering remarks to supporters in Washington. Let's listen.
We live in the greatest country in the world, and we will never, ever, ever stop fighting. So I want to call up one person who's been a great fighter. She happens to be my beautiful wife. And I'm going to publicly put her on the spot right now and tell her that she needs to run for Senate. Honey, I'm just kidding. Would anybody approve of that? pretty good, honey. Want to say a couple words?
Hey, everybody, how y'all doing? Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. You might hear otherwise from the mainstream media. You might hear otherwise from the Democrats. This fight has only just begun. Let's be very, very clear about that. And Eric said it. Our family didn't get in this fight for just 4 years. We are in this fight to the bitter end. We are going to take our country back, okay? And before we go, there's something very important that I want to make sure everybody knows today. Today happens to be my husband's birthday. Honey, do you have any birthday present you would like from the United States of America?
Well, I have one birthday present that I want from all the senators and all the congressmen. Have some backbone, show some fight, learn from Donald Trump. He has more fight in them than every other one combined, and they need to stand up, and we need to march on the Capitol today. And we need to stand up for this country, and we need to stand up for what's right. We love you, America. God bless you all. What?
Can you guys help me sing happy birthday to my husband? Happy birthday to... to you. Thank you, guys. We love you. Let's keep the fight going, America. Thank you.
Kimberly, get up here. Does anybody know the great Kimberly Guilfoyle? We love her. She's been such a warrior. She's fought so hard. Take it away, Kimberly.
All right, you have been watching the Save America rally in D.C. Supporters of the president have been gathering throughout the morning. You just heard from the president's son and daughter-in-law. We're in this fight to the bitter end. We're going to take this country back. At one point, Eric Trump joking about his wife running for Senate. And then she goes on to wish him a happy birthday. That is the scene in Washington this morning, Bill. And what a day this is after a big night last night. And then this afternoon, the certification of the electoral win for Joe Biden. A number of Republicans have gone on the record saying that they will object to that. Those supporters gathering in Washington there are there to urge those Republicans to do just that. So that is the scene that we are watching this morning, and we expect the president to speak top of the hour.
Yeah, just watching the picture here in case Donald Trump Jr. gets up there. We expect him to follow his brother Eric. We'll see if that's the case in the moment that we have here, Sandra. But Eric Trump echoing what his father said for 2 months, and that is this: to Republicans, learn how to fight and have a spine like my father. That was a message we heard today. We heard it yesterday as well. I was just looking back at the voter analysis here, Sandra, in Florida that we did here. We surveyed about 4,000 people throughout the state of Georgia. What I find interesting here is that a clear majority, 7 of 10, Republicans in the state of Georgia believe the November election was not accurately certified. And you're going to hear a lot about this in Washington, D.C., not just the rally, but later today on the floor of Congress at 1 o'clock. I would also add here that in Georgia, we were very curious as to whether or not there could be some sort of Republican boycott based on what the president's message was about how the Secretary of State, handled the vote here in Georgia. There was not evidence of a significant boycott. However, we did find 1 in 5 Republicans disapproved of the president's behavior. I point that out because if you're at 1 in 5, but that influenced the outcome, and you look at what now David Perdue is fighting for, did that dissuade some Republicans in Georgia not to vote yesterday? That's something we're going to have to dig deep into the numbers and find out for an answer on that, Sam.
All right, as we wait more results to come in, that's the scene in Washington. We await the president. He should be speaking about 40 minutes from now. We will have his remarks for you live when he begins. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Fox News Alert, Don Jr. now speaking in Washington.
And you did it all without burning down buildings? You did it without ripping down churches, without looting. I didn't know that that was possible. According to the media, when you have a large gathering of peaceful protesters, they're supposed to burn it all down. See, guys, we can do it right, but the fact that you are all here on this rather cold January day tells me all I need to know. And it should be a message to all the Republicans who have not been willing to actually fight. The people who did nothing to stop this deal. This gathering should send a message to them. This isn't their Republican Party anymore. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. This is the Republican Party that will put America first. This is the Republican Party that will fight for the American worker. This is the Republican Party that's not just gonna roll over and die because the Democrats would like you to. No, we've seen that, guys. We've seen that. We've been our own worst enemy. All you gotta do is look to Georgia, where you had Republicans saying, well, I don't like the way the game is played, so let's take our ball and go home. No, guys, hey, guess what? That was music to Chuck Schumer's ears. That was music to Nancy Pelosi's ears. And that is what so many in the Republican establishment have created, that sort of mentality. Okay, we'll turn the other cheek. We'll roll over and die. We'll fold and give up. No more! So to those Republicans, many of which may be voting on things in the coming hours, you have an opportunity today. You can be a hero, or you can be a zero. And the choice is yours, but we are all watching. The whole world is watching, folks. Choose wisely. Because if you just roll over, if you don't fight in the face of glaring irregularities, statistical impossibilities, that's right, guys. That's the message. These guys better fight for Trump, because if they're not, guess what? I'm going to be in your backyard in a couple of months. Guys like Scott here. Look at, wow, okay. I can't go through the whole list because I don't have 45 minutes to go through all the patriots that have been fighting, that have been on the ground, that have mobilized to put good Republicans in those positions. Guess what, folks? If you're going to be the zero and not the hero, we're coming for you, and we're going to have a good time doing it. We got to start fighting like the Democrats do, right? We got to play their game. We got to take their fight to them their way. Our reluctance to do that over the last few decades is why we are in the position that we are in. So today, friend or foe, today, Republicans, you get to pick a side for the future of this party. Again, I suggest you choose wisely. So Kimberly, thank you for all of your fight. How'd Kimberly do, folks? one of the great fighters out there, to my family, to my father, but most importantly, to all of you red-blooded, patriotic Americans. Thank you for being in this fight with us. Thank you for standing up to the bullshit. Right? A man and a woman. Right? No, yeah, I know. But that shows you literally the mentality of where the Democrat Party is, right? I think I put it up on my Instagram, which is being censored to hell right now, but like I put it up yesterday. They spent money on a study that came to the incredible conclusion yesterday that trans women playing in female sports have a competitive advantage. No shit. Who could have seen that coming? I had no idea. I'm glad.
Donald Trump Jr. speaking to Trump supporters there in Washington. This is the Save America rally happening ahead of the certification of the electoral results in Washington later today, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Sending a message on several occasions, he said, to members of the Republican Party. Republican members of Congress better fight for his father, Donald Trump. He said today, pick a side for the future of their party. Went on to say this gathering should send a message to those members of the GOP who did not do enough to stop the steal, his words, and who did not fight hard enough. This is not their Republican Party, Bill. He said this is Donald Trump's Republican Party. Went on to detail they will put America first and put America workers first. Fight for Trump, at one point the crowd chanted.
You wonder how much of a preview this is for the president's message 30 minutes from now. This is a big rally. He encouraged people to come not just from the Washington, D.C. area, but all over America. And they flew in by the plane load late yesterday afternoon and into the evening hours, Sandra. Large crowd gathered there. Donald Trump Jr. saying it's cold in Washington, D.C., but you've got several thousand people there awaiting the president's arrival at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Jr. also saying to Republicans, you have an opportunity, referring to the Electoral College certification that will get underway at 1 o'clock in Congress. You can be a hero or you can be a zero. Pick a side. Yeah. Now we wait to hear from the president momentarily.
All right, that's about half an hour from now. We'll have that for our viewers.
We have been getting about 300,000 per week. That's roughly 1.2 million per month vaccines, okay? The state needs 20 million people vaccinated, so the supply rate has to increase. And the supply rate is the limiting factor now.
All right, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo calling out the federal government, demanding that they increase the coronavirus vaccine supply. But at the same time, his state and neighboring New Jersey are taking a lot of heat for the slow pace at which those vaccinations are being administered. Dr. Mark Siegel is a professor of medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center and a Fox News contributor. Dr. Siegel, so many people you talk to say, I haven't got a phone call yet. I called my doctor. I can't get it. And they fall within the group that should probably be getting it first. Why is this happening? Why can people not get the vaccine if they are in a group that should be getting it at this point?
Sandra, it's exactly what you said to frame this. It's two things. It's going on the federal level, and it's going on the state level. On the federal level, you know, as you know, a huge surplus package was just approved, and there's about $500 million in there for vaccines. We need more temporary vaccine clinics built. We need more facilities. We need the federal government to step in. We need Pfizer to get the Pfizer vaccine out there and distributed. That's one of the rate-limiting steps. And then once it's in the states, we don't need all this political posturing. Let me tell you something that Israel's doing, and both Stephen Hahn yesterday and Jerome Adams, the Surgeon General, both said to me they like this idea, which is, if it's in freezers and someone doesn't show up for an appointment, have a B list. Give it out to younger people. Israel gave it out to 100,000 people. They have a list. And I don't mean younger people necessarily. It can be older people. But if it's a healthcare worker who doesn't show up for their shot, give it out to an elderly person instead. Do not let these vaccines perish. What we have has to be administered. It has to get into arms. And that part's easy.
Michael Goodwin is taking on Cuomo in the New York Post in an opinion piece this morning. Cuomo and de Blasio's deadly failure on the COVID-19 vaccine. He writes, given the continuing lockdown of restaurants and businesses here, the failure to urgently use the vaccine is unforgivable. People will die and more jobs will vanish. Dr. Siegel, at the federal level, the president says, we got the vaccine. It's approved. Multiple companies have a vaccine out there. They secured the millions of doses. Then it was up to the states to distribute them and administer them. So when you look at this, where should the blame lie?
Well, I agree with the first part of the president's statement. It's unbelievable that we have a vaccine. And the Trump administration deserves full credit for this, plus the public-private partnership, plus everything that came into bear. But it's not just the state's responsibility. I disagree on that part. This is a national disaster. The federal government has to stay involved. And I agree with Michael Goodwin, too, that it's a disgrace to have all of this political posturing going on in the middle of this. Remember, Governor Cuomo's the one who said he had to take a second look out of a vaccine coming out of the FDA, which made no sense whatsoever. In the background of all of this, of course, Sandra, we have an emerging strain that's more contagious, and it's a race. We've got to get everybody vaccinated as quickly as possible. This has to be ramped up on the federal level, on the state level. The vaccine clinics need to be going 24/7. Neither the states nor the federal government have any excuse here.
And we know that variant has popped up in multiple states now. As you have been telling our audience, Dr. Siegel, it's more contagious, not necessarily more dangerous, but it is showing up more. It's a big problem over in the UK. They had to shut down. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is also slamming the administration over that new strain. Watch.
Secretary Azar, Dr. Redfield, how you can explain to the American people your lack of action, your negligence, your irresponsibility. 140 countries banned people from the UK, and you did nothing.
Is that fair, Dr. Siegel? Should we have shut down travel after we learned of this new strain?
It's not entirely fair, Sandra, because we would have had to do it in advance of it coming here, the way New Zealand did and Australia did. If you want to look at models at cutting off travel, New Zealand was incredible. They shut off travel completely and they locked everything down in a way where it didn't emerge. By the time we realized that this was circulating, it was already here. It's spreading in communities here, not from the UK, but because it's embedded here already. If there's a finger to be pointed here, it's that we don't do enough genetic testing here in the United States. I talked to Dr. Hahn about that yesterday, too. He says we have the ability to do it. We have great genetic testing here in the U.S. We need to be testing more and more and more for emerging strains. But Bill de Blasio was saying shut down travel now from the UK. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but it's already here. It's spreading in communities, so shutting down travel now is too late. I'm all for testing people coming from the UK, but it's too late to shut down travel. I'll give you a
final thought on that. I mean, Cuomo's calling this highly problematic, saying this new strain is going to be a game changer. You've told us that the vaccine that's out there already will fight against this effectively, Dr. Siegel. How concerned are you at this point about that strain?
Well, again, Sandra, you just framed it. The vaccine, I'm almost positive, is going to cover it. It's not likely to be more deadly, maybe even a little less. But the more people that get COVID-19, the more problem for our healthcare system. We need to fight the strain with the vaccine and with public health measures now. We're still in front of it. We have a few months before this has a survival advantage, this strain. We have a few months before it would become a predominant strain here. At most, it's maybe 5 to 10% of the strain circulating. We need to stay ahead of it. We could use UK as an example. They went from 30 to 60% of everyone in London having this strain in just a matter of weeks. We still have time.
Dr. Siegel, thank you.
Thanks, Sandra.
All right, Bill.
Sandra, we're minutes away from hearing the president make his case in Washington. Watching that crowd there, he's expected around 11 a.m. Eastern time, so he could go for a while as he appears before supporters. We will watch that. Meanwhile, protesters targeting Senator Josh Hawley, demonstrating outside of his home, terrifying his wife and young daughter inside, he says. We'll get a live report on the group responsible. And House Republicans urging the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, to keep the rule which allows members to carry a firearm on Capitol grounds for their own protection. Reaction ahead with Florida Congressman Brian Mast on that and what he plans to do today. We're in Atlanta now. Election results still coming in for the Senate runoff races in Georgia. That is a live look right down the road. Here in Atlanta, Fulton County, poll workers still counting votes this morning. Democrat Raphael Warnock projected to defeat Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. The race between the Republican David Perdue and Democrat John Ossoff too close to call. Ossoff with a slim lead. Most of the votes counted. It could go to a recount. We'll see if that's the case throughout the day today, if we can even determine that today. I want to bring in Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace to our program today. And Chris, good morning to you. Two real stories here, one in Georgia, one in Washington. They certainly crisscross and have an effect on each other. First in Georgia, what are your impressions so far?
Well, as you say, it's too close to call the race between Perdue and Ossoff, but I've talked to a number of political insiders this morning, and there's pretty much agreement. You'd much rather be in Ossoff's position than Perdue's, that the outstanding vote, that's the key now, is what vote still has to be counted. As you point out, a lot of it is in Fulton County. A lot of it is in the Atlanta area. Ossoff vastly outperforming Perdue in that area. So, you know, we can't call it yet, but it does appear that more of the outstanding vote will go to Ossoff than will go to Perdue. And there is increasing talk in Washington. Again, you can't say it's for certain that we're going to end up with a 50-50 Senate and with Kamala Harris breaking it with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Think about that for a minute, as opposed to Mitch McConnell. That changes an awful lot over the next 2 years in Washington.
When we started our broadcast about 2 hours, Chris, I reminded viewers that today felt a lot like 12 years ago when Barack Obama and Democrats did so well in late 2008 and then took power in 2009, and then things went the way they did. You get the sense that the country has moved back to that position a little bit, and perhaps even more liberal with the amount of progressives that are coming to Washington, D.C., and the committee heads that will be appointed in all likelihood, if the results hold up the way they will, or the way they could, I should say. If that's the case, it's a very different city up there in D.C.
I'd say yes, but, Bill, because the margins, remember, with Barack Obama, he at one point had a veto-proof majority, or rather a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. You had a huge margin for the Democrats in the House. Nancy Pelosi has, what, about a 4-seat majority in the House, and this is going to be a 1 vote. Kamala Harris, the vice president, is going to be very busy. This is all assuming if it's a 50-50 Senate. She's going to have to be there to break every tie. So, yes, the party certainly has moved to the left from where it was when Barack Obama came in 2009. But the margin that Joe Biden is going to have to work with in both the House and the Senate, assuming that Ossoff wins, is going to be razor thin. And, you know, you've got somebody like Joe Manchin, a quite conservative Democrat, openly saying, I'm not going to vote to end the filibuster. I'm not going to vote to pack the court. So at a certain point, every single moderate Democrat, all it takes is one of them to switch to the Republican side, and a Biden agenda item goes down the tubes. Would he rather have a Democratic Senate than a Republican Senate? Yes, but it isn't going to be much of a Democratic Senate if it is.
Well, people change too, right? They retire, they do different things. Life changes, something to watch there. You're going to join our coverage in the afternoon, too, when we move to Congress. What is your expectation there? The president's going to be out here in a couple minutes. And what is your sense in our nation's capital as to how this unfolds?
Well, I think the point that needs to be made is how extraordinary this is. We have never seen what we're going to see today. People point back to 2005 when George W. Bush beat John Kerry, and a congresswoman from Ohio and Senator Barbara Boxer of California both objected, and both sides went into their separate chambers to debate for 2 hours about the vote in Ohio, which was very close and was what put Bush over the top. The difference is that John Kerry, the failing candidate then, had already conceded, and in fact he was very much discouraging and disavowing Barbara Boxer's effort to hold this objection. And in fact, when it got to the Senate, she lost by a vote of 74-1. She was the only Democrat who voted to object to the victory by George W. Bush in Ohio. Now you've got maybe 100 Republican congressmen, more than a dozen Republican senators. You've got the sitting incumbent president who's going to be making a speech in just a few minutes saying that the election was stolen from him. We have never, ever seen anything like this. And, you know, I think it's worth pointing out, this is usually the day when people behave in our democracy, behave well. I mean, in 1961, Richard Nixon was the failing candidate and the sitting vice president. He had to preside over his defeat in the House of Representatives, and he did it graciously. In 2001, when Al Gore lost to George W. Bush by, 500 votes in Florida, he shut down some objections from members of the House, as did Joe Biden. He wasn't actually on the ticket, but shutting down objections from Republicans back in 2017 when they were objecting to the victory of Donald Trump. So, you know, usually this is the point when everybody comes together. Losing hurts, but they sit there and say, for the greater good of the country and in keeping with our democracy and our Constitution, we're going to recognize that the person who got the most electoral votes won the election. And the fact that that's not going to happen today is kind of sad.
We'll see it as it moves forward. I saw the video of Al Gore a bit earlier today. You hang on his every word when you think about what had transpired over the previous month and a half, 37 days or so. Chris, thank you. We'll see you a bit later this afternoon. Chris Wallace there, back at our nation's capital. Thanks.
All right, nice to see you, Chris. Thank you, Bill. A Fox News alert now. Take a look at the U.S. stock market. As all of this is going on, election results still rolling in from Georgia. You've got the president about to address supporters at a rally in Washington. You've got the certification of the Electoral College results this afternoon in Congress. And you've got the Dow hitting an all-time high right now, on pace for a record close, up 429 points. It would just have to finish up 215 points to be an all-time high. This would be the first record close of 2021 after 14 record closes in 2020. And as our sister network FBN points out, this would be the 123rd record close under President Trump. Those names hitting all-time highs: Goldman Sachs, Caterpillar, Johnson & Johnson. We are watching this market response for you this morning as the Dow rises about 1.5% as we await the president. He is expected to speak. Top of the hour, we will have his remarks live for you when he begins. We'll be right back.
One of Kamala Harris's favorite stories from her childhood now being called into question. This after a Canadian news outlet discovered the story closely resembles a story that was told by Martin Luther King Jr. Want to bring in media host Howie Kurtz to fill in the blanks on this. What happened, Howie?
Well, it's the kind of childhood story that you wouldn't usually fact check. And Kamala Harris has been telling it many times over the last 16 years at least. She's told it on The Tonight Show, to Elle Magazine, to W Magazine, in a 2010 book she wrote. She says her mom told her that when she was at a civil rights demonstration in a stroller, she was asked, "What do you want?" And she said, "Freedom." Now, that does bear a striking resemblance, Bill, to a 1965 interview by Martin Luther King in Playboy magazine. I'm sure that's the reason that issue sold so many copies, in which he said that a white police officer at a Birmingham demonstration had confronted a little Negro girl. That was the terminology at the time. What did she want? And she said, "Feed him." And Harris hasn't commented on whether this was a form of plagiarism.
Okay, we have a soundbite. This is June, guys. This is Harris on with Jimmy Fallon relaying the story. Just roll this clip here, and I'll show you the quote from 65 after that.
My mother used to have a very funny story about I was fussing and she said, Kamala, what do you want? And I said, and this is how she would say it. And she said, Kamala, what do you want? And I said, freedom. No.
Okay, now this is the article you referenced from 1965. Alex Haley, the author later of Roots. I will never forget a moment in Birmingham when a white policeman accosted a little Negro girl, 7 or 8 years old, who was walking in a demonstration with her mother. What do you want? The policeman asked her gruffly, and the little girl looked him straight in the eye and answered, feed 'em, end quote. Howie, that from January of 1965.
I don't think we need a special prosecutor for this, but I'm seeing this story a lot on right-leaning news outlets, including the New York Post, and not a mention that I have found on another major network or newspaper. And look, maybe her mother propagated this as some kind of family myth, but it does, in microcosm, raise the question of whether or not the media will hold Harris and Joe Biden to a much softer standard than if somebody in the Trump White House had been found to be telling a story that seemed lifted from some historical figure. At the very least, it seems like an interesting item.
I got to run. Thank you much. President's coming up in a few moments. I apologize. We got.
And this is a Fox News alert, a live look in Washington as we expect at any moment now President Trump to take the stage that is assembled in the streets of Washington just outside the White House. He is set to address the thousands of supporters that have gathered there. All of this happening just hours before Congress is set to meet to certify the Electoral College results of the 2020 presidential election. That happens 1 p.m. Eastern time. We're watching all of it. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Sandra Smith. Good morning, Bill.
Smitty, good morning to you. I'm Bill Hemmer live in Atlanta, anticipating some fireworks on the Hill. That'll happen this afternoon. Republicans say they will fight that certification tooth and nail. All this unfolding now with the Senate on the brink of changing hands. Fox News projects that Raphael Warnock has defeated Republican Kelly Loeffler in the Georgia Senate race. The other race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff still too close to call. If Democrats pick up that seat as well, they would win control of Congress.
And we have live Fox team coverage for you with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum standing by. Jonathan Seri is on the ground in Washington. We begin with Chief White House correspondent John Roberts. So, John, what are we expecting to hear from the president when he begins just a short time from now? Good morning.
He'll be talking about a number of things. We'll get to that in just a second. But first of all, Sandra, big crowd on the ellipse and a big crowd across Constitution Avenue on the National Mall. There you see the crowd on the ellipse with the White House in the background waiting for the president to speak. White House officials tell Fox News that he's going to touch on a number of themes in his speech today, including fighting for the integrity of democracy, the president's claim that Democrats seized on the pandemic to steal the election, and he'll also thank Republicans who are standing up to join him in the fight against what happened on November the 3rd. On Twitter this morning, the president talking about the Georgia Senate race, again going down the road of election fraud. The president tweeting, quote, "They just happened to find 50,000 ballots late last night. The USA is embarrassed by fools. Our election process worse than that of third world countries." The president also suggesting the Democrats are toying with Senator David Perdue, just waiting to drop a bunch more ballots and take the election from him. The Trump campaign, meantime, blaming the media for Raphael Warnock's win. Here's Hogan Gidley.
The media largely ignored so many of the scandals surrounding Raphael Warnock. They didn't really talk about, that race at all and all of the issues he faced. So what you saw, again, is a kind of a rigging of the election like they did to Donald Trump on what they decided to cover, what they decided not to cover, big tech.
The president also sending a message to Republicans in Congress as they meet this afternoon to consider whether or not to certify the slate of electoral votes. Listen here. He said on Twitter, quote, "The Republican Party and more importantly our country needs the presidency more than ever before. The power of the veto stays strong." Now, the president insists that the vice president, Mike Pence, who will be presiding over this afternoon's joint session, does have the authority to unilaterally either accept or reject slates of electors. However, the Electoral Count Act suggests very strongly that Mike Pence does not have that authority. But I was talking to Rudy Giuliani about 45 minutes ago, who said there may be a way for the vice president to circumvent the act, saying it is of dubious constitutionality, and send everything back to the states for reconsideration. Certainly 4 states, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin, Republican members of the legislatures there have sent letters saying that they want to get their slates of electors back so that they can try to remedy the situation. That would throw the whole thing, if that were to happen, to the Supreme Court. Not sure if this strategy is going to fly or not, but certainly these are arguments that we're going to be hearing throughout the day. And that's it for now. More to come.
For now, as we await the president. John Roberts, thank you. Bill?
Back here in Atlanta, counting votes in Georgia, trying to determine a winner of the Senate race between the Democrat John Ossoff and Republican David Perdue. Watching Fulton County counting now. The outcome determines which party controls the Senate. Jonathan Serry is live in Decatur, Georgia, which is East Atlanta, DeKalb County. And Jonathan, Republicans are saying the races are not over yet, but Democrats seem to be declaring victory. What do you got? Good morning.
Yeah, although there are still thousands of votes to be counted, they are predominantly in counties that favor Democrats, counties such as Fulton County and DeKalb County, where I am right now. In fact, Democrat John Ossoff declared victory just a couple hours ago. Listen.
Whether you are for me or against me, I'll be for you in the U.S. Senate. I will serve all the people of the state. I will give everything I've got to ensuring that Georgia's interests are represented in the U.S. Senate.
Republican Senator David Perdue has not conceded the race. Earlier this morning, his campaign released this statement: "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Democrat Raphael Warnock, who is projected to defeat Kelly Loeffler, criticized his opponent's pledge to join other Republican senators in a challenge to the certification of President-elect Joe Biden's victory. Take a listen.
She has consistently put what she perceives to be her own short-term political interests over the concerns of ordinary people. And the people of Georgia rose up and they rebuked that last night.
Early this morning, basketball superstar LeBron James tweeted he may be interested in buying Loeffler's WNBA women's basketball team, the Atlanta Dream. The team became an issue during the campaign when Loeffler opposed efforts by the league to have players wear jerseys in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. And if you take a look behind me, you can see a rally going on. This is actually not a protest of Democrat victories in Georgia, but supporters. They were driving around in vans that had been offering free rides to voters with placards in support of Ossoff and Warnock. And now they've gotten out of those vans and are holding a rally as they continue counting votes here in DeKalb County. Bill, back to you.
Thank you, Jonathan Serry. Thank you, sir, watching all that for us. Sandra.
All right, we are awaiting the president. He is set to speak any moment now. When he begins, we will take him live. But first, what do the Georgia results mean for the president's claims of voter fraud, with the state sending at least one Democratic senator to Washington 2 months after it helped elect Joe Biden win the White House? Here to talk about it, anchor of the story, back in New York with me now, Martha McCallum. Good morning, Martha. Great to see you.
Great to be with you.
Great coverage last night. We're still waiting on more results to come in from Georgia. I had Rachel Campos-Duffy on with me earlier this morning with her analysis of what we saw in Georgia last night. Listen.
Last night on the ballot, socialism was on the ticket, and socialism won. This is a massive wake-up call to conservatives, to Republicans, that it is really, we're going to lose our country and our values if we don't engage in this culture war.
A warning there to her fellow Republicans, calling it a wake-up call, Martha.
You know, one of the things that's very interesting is the changing population in Georgia. So when you look at Bill Hemmer's wonderful work last night on the billboard, as usual, he went through county by county, and in the counties that ended up swinging this election, you could see, you know, Democrat population since 2014 up 2.6%, up 8%
6.9%, up 11%, up 13%. So this is what Stacey Abrams has seized on since 2014. Since she lost her gubernatorial election, she has had a get-out-the-vote effort that has produced enormous numbers. She added 500,000 voters to the rolls in Georgia and another 70,000, somewhere in that neighborhood, from November to this election. So, you know, there's obviously a lot of, I think, very well-placed concerns about the signature verification rules in Georgia and other places. I think there are very well-placed concerns about the constitutional schism between the state legislature and the state Supreme Court that it is amazing to me has been overlooked in this process and that the courts did not choose to take them up. But the fact of the matter is that the Republican Party needs to have a very clear eye with all of those issues, with the irregularities as well as the changing populations, and where they need to take the Republican Party if they want to remain competitive in this environment. And I think when we hear from the president in a few moments, we're going to be listening very closely to how he sets the tone for the future of the Republican Party. He is absolutely the standard bearer of this party. We just heard from Donald Trump Jr. moments ago, who said this is Donald Trump's party, pick a side. And I think one of the biggest stories of the coming months is going to be the evolution of the Republican Party in this post-Trump White House era.
Really interesting. So while we'll hear from the president in just a moment, we'll hear from those Republicans this afternoon at the certification, Martha, that are going to stand up and reject the outcome of the 2020 presidential election when it comes to the Electoral College. Congressman Brian Babin is one of those members of Congress who's objecting to those results. I asked him this morning, Martha, as I do all these members of Congress that are objecting to it, what is your end game? He said this.
I'm trying to make sure that we have future free and fair elections. I would love to see this election overturned, especially if there was the evidence that was brought out after scrutinizing it and fair investigations. I think that Americans want and depend upon free, fair elections. Then they'll know that their votes are going to count and that illegal votes will not count.
And we'll hear from more Republicans this afternoon, Martha, on what's the end game here? Is it to overturn the results of the 2020 election? Is it to make change for future elections? What is their goal?
I think that I watched that interview this morning, and I was very interested in the questions and answers. I think that he made it quite clear. This is about the future of elections. If we are in a position where this very unique pandemic COVID period changes our election system in this country forever, I think we need to look at that very, very carefully. I think it's going to be very difficult to roll back all of these rule changes, 50-some rule changes that happened across the country that made it easier to slip through ballots that had, maybe signatures that matched, maybe that didn't. Keep in mind, in Georgia, if you had an absentee ballot and you didn't sign it correctly, you've got until Friday to cure that ballot still. So, I mean, just think about the changes that we have watched take place. This is where the debate, I believe, needs to be in order to have free and fair elections across this country. And I really do believe that most of these Republicans who are going to be speaking out today, that's their top priority. They want to be on the record for pushing back against the system that has produced this environment that has changed our election system in such a dramatic way and might have ramifications for the Republican Party for years to come.
Fair point. Another big day for this country, another busy news day. We'll see you throughout the day here on the Fox News channel. Great coverage last night, Martha. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay. Bill?
So the next moment here that we're waiting for is President Trump to arrive. Big show of support for him in Washington, D.C. We understand he could be only moments away. He'll address the crowd there, and we'll bring that to you live when it gets underway. Also in Washington, one of the senators opposing Joe Biden's electoral win, accusing protesters of mobbing his home and scaring his family. D.C. police call the scene peaceful. So what was this all about?
Nobody should have this happen to them. If it can happen to my family, it can happen to any family in America. People should be safe in their homes. This kind of garbage should not happen.
A lot Look in Washington any moment now. President Trump is set to address a March for Trump rally happening outside of the White House. Thousands of the president's supporters have gathered there in the nation's capital, voicing their opposition to the congressional certification of Joe Biden's Electoral College win. A joint session of Congress is set to gather in just a few hours. We'll see what the president has to say about that when he takes the stage in just a few moments. Meanwhile, new developments on another story that we're following for you this morning.
When democracy is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When democracy is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back.
That was the protest happening at Missouri Senator Josh Hawley's home this week. The senator says his family felt threatened, but D.C. police say it was not a big deal and the demonstrators were, quote, peaceful. Kristen Fisher is live in Washington on that for us. Kristen, what are you learning about the group that staged that protest?
Well, Shutdown D.C., they started during the summer of 2019 in response to a call to action from a different group, the Youth Climate Strikers. And at the time, their goal was quite literally to shut down the streets of Washington, D.C. with a huge crowd of people. But in recent months, the group has really turned its attention to President Trump and his allies. You may remember Shutdown D.C. was responsible for that really early morning wake-up call outside Senator Lindsey Graham's home on Capitol Hill. They did the same thing, which you can see here outside Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's home right before the election. And then this happened outside Senator Josh Hawley's home on Monday night.
These Antifa thugs, they're an Antifa-affiliated group, show up under cover of darkness. You know, they don't have the guts to come during the day. The whole point was to terrorize and to intimidate. Yeah. And they just ran into somebody who wouldn't be intimidated, and my wife and me, and we're just not going to take it.
Now, Shutdown D.C. responded by calling it a candlelight vigil. They say, quote, we sang songs, chanted, and shared our stories. A small group of people delivered a copy of the Constitution to his door. Clearly, Senator Hawley disagrees. And now, Sandra, this group is actually fundraising off of what they did on Monday night. They say that they've seen a 500% increase in donations over the last 48 hours.
Wow. A story we will continue to follow. Kristen Fisher, thank you.
You bet.
Bill?
Another alert now. Back to Washington we roll. Any moment now, President Trump will leave the White House. He'll be there to speak to a crowd of supporters protesting his election loss. Many of them disappointed at Republican Kelly Loeffler's defeat in the Georgia Senate race. Another one right now, too close to call. Guy Benson, Fox News contributor, host of the Guy Benson Show podcast, and Leslie Marshall, also a Fox News contributor. Welcome, team. Nice to see you both. Guy, I'll begin with you. Set the table. Where do you think we have moved about 40 minutes before the noon hour, the day after the two runoffs?
Well, we have a lot of Republicans who are frustrated across the country. Some of them view President Trump and his agenda and his style as the solution. Some of them view it as the problem. And that's an internal fight within the Republican Party that I don't think is going to really go away anytime soon. But I think the reality is starting to sink in today. Number one, that the Senate majority is now going to be in Democratic hands. Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris breaking ties. That is a very bitter pill to swallow, especially to have both of those races swept in Georgia. And then, despite a lot of the anger among Trump supporters who are going to be voicing their concerns in the streets, and we're going to hear from the president, of course. It's going to be a dramatic day on Capitol Hill. The writing's on the wall. We know what the outcome is here because the math just isn't there. Even if the Republicans were to think it was a good idea to object and try to block the certification, they don't have the votes. It's going to be a bipartisan, pretty overwhelming vote in favor of adopting the count, which is the real count that Joe Biden won. So it is not a happy day in the Republican world. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations, I think, for quite some time. And it will be a journey to see if the party can figure out where to land ahead of a winnable election 2 years from now.
Leslie?
I would agree, actually, with almost everything Guy said. Good morning and Happy New Year to you, Guy, then. There's the New Year's present.
Thanks,
Here,
Leslie.
Look, Republicans are to blame for this. Donald Trump is to blame for this. And the Republican Party has to look at the change. You know, Martha McCallum said it very well just a few minutes ago on this program, which is you have to look at the change of the demographics of a state like Georgia. You have 25% new voters among African Americans, and you have 18% new voters among Hispanics. all of those voters came of age since the last general election years ago. So Georgia is not the only state where the demographics change. This is going to be a reality to Republicans. So do they want to continue fighting and contesting every election they lose, which is being a sore loser, and I tell my kids not to do that, or do they want to look at their party and have a come to Jesus moment, if you will, and say, what do we need to do to change going forward? Bill, internal polling by Republicans showed that up until Josh Hawley said that he was going to contest, and he started to gather all of these people in the House and then the Senate, Republicans were looking pretty good and strong despite how tight these races were in Georgia. Republicans know that. And this is a reality. I want to quote Liz Cheney, because she tweeted something beautiful this morning. We have sworn an oath under God to defend the Constitution. We uphold that oath at all times, not only when it is politically convenient. Congress has no authority to overturn elections by objecting to electors. Doing so steals power from the states and violates the Constitution. 2 + 2 is 4. There was no election fraud. The Attorney General said so. 50 states and 50 governors said so. Homeland Security, the FEC, and numerous court cases. It's over.
We'll see what the president has to say about all that moments away from now. Leslie, thank you. Guy, thanks to you as well. More coming up with you all later.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
China blocking the World Health Organization from investigating the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, plus Republican battle lines on Capitol Hill as they look ahead to the next election. Brett Baer up next as we await President Trump's remarks in Washington.
We're going to stand up and object and see if we can get some transparency and some scrutiny of what actually went on November the 3rd and the days following.
A lot moving at the moment. I want to take you to Gabe Sterling. He's an election official here in Georgia at a news conference now. Drop on in.
Some people's perceived as going down. And just let me say this, for the elections workers and the launching of a new system, this state, this office, and these counties launched the largest new voting system in the history of the United States and did it in record time, executed it well, in the middle of a pandemic, and had record turnout in each and every election we saw. That is unprecedented, and I want to give a big thank you again to the elections officials and poll workers and elections workers who really worked their tails off to make this a successful election for Georgians. One of the things we haven't heard about in this election was nobody was complaining about lines. Nobody's saying they were disenfranchised. Everybody who wanted to vote had an opportunity to vote, and we feel very proud of that fact.
And have you looked at whether election day turnout was higher than expected or lower than expected in Republican or Democratic areas?
I haven't had an opportunity to do a breakdown by that. We've been trying to really just stay on the counties and work with them to get sure we get the, like I said before, fast is good, accurate is better. Analysis can come later to see the specifics. We want to make sure we get the right results out to take away the opportunity for people to say that there was fraud and there's questions to be had about these things, because these are the results. These are the ballots. We have known since last week, since last Friday, that there were going to be 2,073,000 and some odd votes that were going to be cast in the advanced bucket, because that was how many were cast. The president continues to say, oh, they're finding ballots. These were advanced that came out of nowhere. No, we have known that DeKalb County had 171,000 ballots since Friday evening, Saturday morning. So the statements he keeps on putting out there are incorrect, and they undermine people's faith in the election process. And again, this is a bipartisan problem. If you go back and do polls from 2016 of Democrat voters, there are over 50% that still believe Russians hacked voting machines to say they flipped votes for Donald Trump. That didn't happen. You know what else didn't happen? Dominion machines did not flip votes for Joe Biden. Neither of those things happened. And everybody on both sides of the aisle who continue to make these kinds of claims undermine the election process in the country, undermine democracy, and undermine the health of the republic.
Have you received any inquiries or complaints from either of the two or any of the candidates on anything that has happened thus far, or any indication?
I think it's a little early right now for that, but I fully anticipate we will have questions, and there may be legitimate questions out there from people, and it's our job to answer them as frankly as we can with the facts as best we can, as quickly as we can. Yes?
What do you mean by 1 p.m. from the counties if they would?
We made a request of them, because in Georgia, the cutoff time to receive absentee ballots, other than the military and overseas, is 7 p.m. on election day. That's when the lockbox, the drop boxes get locked down, and the mail comes in. Nothing else can come in after that. So while they're busy doing Election Day activities, it's hard to say, we're going to have a group of people over here while the rest of us are counting. You go deal with absentee ballots. Some of these counties are under-resourced. Some of them have big staffs, but they're exhausted and focused on getting one thing done at a time. So what we did is we're asking them, account for all the ballots you have in, so that we can tell the press, and the press can tell the voters, this is the outward bound of the number of ballots we can have to count, so we know where there actually is. Or it can give the press and political talking heads the opportunity to make a call. And in this particular case, the last couple of calls to be made are in the PSC race and in the Ossoff-Purdue race. What else? Yes, ma'am.
In terms of high turnout, newly registered voters, does your office have an insight into those numbers and how they may have played a role since general?
Not yet, but I will say one thing. It was an impressive feat by whoever did it to get 100,000 people to show up on a January election who did not show up in a November election. That is probably a margin. My assumption is that those are probably Democrat voters, given the demographics we've seen of that, and that is a testament to hard work that was done while Republicans were busy attacking the governor and my boss. The Democrats were out there knocking on doors and getting people to turn out to vote.
And it's looking like North Georgia had a drop-off in voting. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Well, I haven't had a chance to dig deep into it, but people who I trust have stated that, so I will accept that it's likely true. And that is the area where we believe that, you know, like Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, along with the president, have essentially, through their actions and their statements, discouraged voting by Republican voters, which ended up hurting both of our incumbent senators.
And were there any areas of turnout that surprised you?
Frankly, all of them did. I mean, this is a runoff. We had 4.3 million votes cast, so almost 4.4. We had 5 million cast in general election. That is unheard of. In 2018, we had 4 million votes cast in the original. In the runoff, there was 1.485 million. The record previously for a runoff was 2.1 million with Saxby-Chambliss. I mean, this blows every turnout model away. Now, let me say this with one caveat. When you spend $500 million of money from out of state, you can get people to turn out. So that's the other thing that's a little bit different than most runoffs. One more? Okay.
You mentioned, you were very complimentary of how things went, and there were no lines, and people didn't have to wait. Is there intention then from the Secretary of State's office to keep some of these methods that were put in place for COVID-19, but obviously made it a lot easier for more people to vote?
The thing is, all of these methods have been available for decades in this state. So the one thing we do have an issue with that makes it very difficult in the counties is because of the increased use of the absentee process. Essentially, there's a 3-week period where they have to run 3 elections at a time, essentially. You have to run the 3 weeks of early voting, then you have to run an absentee ballot program that literally by law begins 45 days beforehand. So you're running that the entire time. And then about 2 weeks before the actual election, you have to do the processes of the general election. These people are understaffed, they're underpaid, they're under-resourced. So something has to give on that one. So right now we have no excuse absentee. We may see a move by the legislature to move to an excuse-based system and taking away signature match by having a specific photo ID or unique identifier PIN like other states do, driver's license, state ID, Social Security number as a specific identifier that is binary, as opposed to having a signature match, which can be viewed as subjective and kind of undermines people's faith in the system to a degree, because like, oh, anybody could choose to take those signatures in. We don't know who actually did it. So we're going to see reforms, I guarantee that. But one of the things I will say is this is one of the easiest states to register. This is one of the easiest states to vote. It's very easy to vote and very hard to cheat. Yes, ma'am.
Can you recap the situation in Fulton County yesterday in a lawsuit that was filed in terms of the monitors?
Yeah. So they're at Georgia World Congress Center. That's a big place. So it's a difficult thing to allow people to move in and around the stuff that you're doing. Now, Fulton did a few extra things that I think were inappropriate given the way the law is written. The intention of the law is to allow monitors and the public to view the voting process, and that includes signature match, that includes counting, that includes all of that. Unfortunately, Fulton County put up some opaque barriers, so you couldn't see anything that they were doing. Now, their argument, and there's a push and pull with this, the state mandates that you protect the personal identifying information of individual voters and the secrecy of their vote. That's one side. It also says, hey, you have to let everybody see what's going on. So you have to have a balance between those things. In our opinion, and in the court's opinion, obviously, Fulton County went a little bit too much on the side of keeping monitors away. So they settled, Judge Barwick entered a consent order with the Republican Party, I think the Fulton County Republican Party and Fulton County, and they kind of split the baby. They would be keeping them 20 feet away. They made it 10 feet away. They took down the opaque barriers. They put down tape that allowed them to get some better viewing. And we believe that sunlight and transparency is a better thing for people to feel more secure about this. And we instructed the counties, and even at 1 in the afternoon, we had resent to the Fulton County office, here is a state election board rule and the code section. You need to be as, we don't direct people like, go talk to your county attorney, look at this, and you make better decisions about how you're letting people view these things. So in the future, we hope there'll be better practices, and hopefully we won't have gigantic World Congress Center type things. We'll have a more normal process that can allow for better and easier viewing. All right, thank you all very much.
Oh, sorry.
You're that kid in this class, aren't you? Okay. All right.
So the PSC candidate, the Republican incumbent, won more votes than it looks like at this point both of the Senate candidates.
About 38,000 more than Senator Loeffler and about 20,000 more than Senator Perdue last I checked.
Try and get you to put on your Republican hat again. What do you make of that?
That means there's people who went and voted for, did not vote for Senators Perdue and Loeffler who did vote for that, which makes me think there's probably Republicans who chose not to vote for the two incumbent senators. Is that it? All right. Thank you all very much.
Do you expect to do this again today?
So that is Gabe Sterling there. He works with the elections officials here in Atlanta, Georgia. The headline really came right before we went to him. He suggested that there will not be a runoff that is necessary between Ossoff and Perdue, which would suggest that the margin here is going to increase in favor of the Democrat, John Ossoff, Sandra, which would move him outside the 0.5% state law mandate for a recount. We'll see if that's the case. At 1 o'clock Eastern time, his superior, the Secretary of State, is going to hold a briefing, so we'll see if that holds up then. Also waiting on Chuck Schumer. He's going to talk in a moment here, and the president apparently has not left the White House just yet. But he's going to be speaking before these supporters. Well, any moment now. We expect at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Sandra, running a little bit behind, but nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on that for you.
So we'll hear from the Democrats. We'll hear from the president set to address those supporters on a very breezy day in Washington as you see those American flags flying. Bill, what a morning. A lot of news coming in. And what we just heard from Gabriel Sterling, absentee ballots should be expected to be counted and in by 1 p.m. Eastern time today. And that is the same time that Congress will convene to certify the election results of the 2020 election. Thank you, Bill. As we await the president, as we just mentioned, he will be addressing those supporters in D.C. just moments from now. Not left the White House yet, running a bit late, but we will take his remarks live when he begins. And we are awaiting that political confrontation on Capitol Hill. That is set about 1.5 hours from now, where lawmakers will convene for a joint session to confirm the Electoral College results. Chief Congressional Correspondent Mike Emanuel is live in Washington as we await all of that. Mike, good morning.
Sandra, good morning to you. Typically, this certification every 4 years is quite ceremonial, but we do expect a number of lawmakers to object to election certification today. Senators expected to object include Ted Cruz of Texas for the results in Arizona. Newly elected Tommy Tuberville of Alabama is expected to support Cruz. Senator Kelly Loeffler likely to object to her state of Georgia, and Missouri's Josh Hawley for Pennsylvania. Lawmakers chosen by Speaker Nancy Pelosi to lead the response to objections, chairs Adam Schiff and Zoe Lofgren, as well as Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland and Joe Neguse of Colorado. One of the leading Republican challengers in the House offered this argument earlier.
This is about defending the Constitution. The founders placed this ultimate authority with the United States Congress. Today, we should do our duty because we know that 5 states, some of the 5 key states that were critical in this election, changed their election law in an unconstitutional fashion.
We do expect Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to express his concerns about Republicans contesting the Electoral College results. Among them, this challenge could put Senate Republicans on the ballot in 2022 in a very tough spot. A top Democrat laid out his expectations earlier today.
this is a momentous moment in history, and I hope that those fellow senators will realize that they don't want to be on the wrong side of history. They want to respect the American people.
It is not entirely clear how long this process will go, but there are likely to be some fireworks. Sandra?
All right, we are told the motorcade is on the move from the White House to that rally where the president is set to speak. We will be watching for that. Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Bill?
With us now, and what's next for the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, special report anchor Brett Baer. Brett, good morning to you. Nice to see you here in Atlanta for the past couple of days.
Good morning.
Spoke to some people earlier today. What are they telling you about what we're about to see here?
Well, I spoke to Florida Congressman Mike Waltz today about what he's about ready to do on the objection and some of the Republican pushback that you've seen from some Republicans saying that it should not happen. He essentially said, take a deep breath, step back. Remember what Nancy Pelosi said when she objected in 2005, that this is our democracy at work. He said they'll state their constitutional objections today, the interpretations of the law, a lot of them talking about Article 2 of the Constitution and state legislatures making the rules for changes to elections that was really end around in a number of those states, and that's where some of the objection will come from. He said, as long as we are yelling and not shooting, like in some of the countries we've served in, we're okay. On January 20th, we will have a peaceful transfer. He also said that they had a 3-hour meeting, the House Republicans did yesterday, to talk about today, and it was very detailed. He said it was like almost a constitutional Congress in the arguments that they're going to be making, and that they understand the objections sound like they're challenging the system, but that they believe that the integrity of the system and the beleaguered institutions it'll only reinforce and defend them. Obviously, other people have different thoughts, Bill, and we're hearing from people like Mitt Romney saying that this is a horrible thing. And on Georgia, Romney saying just moments ago, it turns out that telling the voters that the election was rigged is not a great way to turn out your voters.
We're going to have two competing events here. The president's going to emerge from the limo there in a moment and make his address. Chuck Schumer apparently is at a microphone as well on the Hill. Remember his quotes, early November. Next we take Georgia, and then we change America. So I ask you, although it's early, how much change would you expect if Ossoff holds up with Warnock?
I think they're going to try to change as much as they can quickly, and probably have to do a lot with power and setting up power for the future. What that looks like, I don't know. We just got a statement from Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, who is saying that it's time to work together now. He will have a lot of power in the new Congress if as it holds that Ossoff wins that seat. He will, as a Democratic majority, have a lot of power if he decides to side with the Republicans on a number of things, including not killing the filibuster. So watch somebody like Manchin, watch somebody like Mitt Romney, watch moderates who could get together and affect a lot of the legislation. But today, the Biden administration is feeling emboldened, because while it may not change what exactly they're going to do as far as what they thought the priorities were, it's going to change how big they were going to swing for the fences. The scale will definitely change because of what happened in Georgia last night.
As we wait for the president here, let's turn our attention to him and what his message might be here in a moment. I don't know if he had a chance to hear his sons earlier today, but we watched it about an hour and a half ago. Eric Trump said the Republicans learn to fight, have a spine like my father. Donald Trump Jr. got up and said, no more. To Republicans, you have an opportunity. You can be a hero or you can be a zero. Pick a side. I imagine this address could go for quite some time when he begins, Brett.
I agree, Bill, and I think it's going to fire up that crowd. The question really is, what does the Republican Party look like going forward? Does the loss, and we expect the 2 losses in Georgia, change the dynamic today? Does the call to Raffensperger this week being released and what was on it change some people's perspective up on Capitol Hill? How he dismounts the presidency is going to matter in the future of Trumpism, in the future of MAGA world. Is it going to be a power? Yes. Is it going to diminish over time? We don't know. And I think that is the biggest political question that we're facing as we watch the president address this crowd today.
Yeah. Yesterday, Newt Gingrich was talking on our air about how the legacy of Donald Trump is going to have contrails for a long time with the Republican Party because he believes he's established himself and is a player in whatever fashion he wants from this day forward. He might be right about that. 2 weeks from today is Inauguration Day. We're going to be in Washington, D.C., and Joe Biden's going to be on the west steps of the Capitol, and he's going to be sworn in. And then what does the president do after that? I know you've been talking with a lot of people on the inside trying to figure out what his strategy is. How best can we gauge now how much of a player he will either choose to be or how much a player the Republicans will allow him to be?
I just think that there's this internal battle, and we talk about the battle between the progressives and the moderates in Democratic politics. I think it is as big or bigger now in Republican politics, and how Donald Trump chooses to move forward and whether there is a 2024 run, I think are the big questions. He's going to lay that groundwork today, but I guarantee you that a lot of people in that crowd today believe that he is still going to be president on January 20th. And at some point, to Mitt Romney's question or point to the reporters on the Hill just moments ago, we're going to have to tell our supporters the truth, whether they like it or not. And I think that's the question we face today. The MAGA is going to be around, Bill, clearly, and at what level, we'll have to see.
Brett, stand by. Thanks for that input. We're waiting for the president, and they're going to be with us for several hours to go as we move toward the afternoon. Thank you, Brett. Back to Sandra in New York.
And let's bring in Martha McCallum. She joins me here on set from New York as we watch this scene in Washington. Martha, what a morning it's been. We heard from the president's sons leading up to his remarks that we await any moment now. The crowd at one point chanting, "Fight for Trump." And Don Jr. saying these guys better fight for Trump. A message to the Republican Party.
Yeah, you know, I think that we're in a very interesting moment right now. And when I look at what I was talking about before in terms of the increasing pool of the Democrat Party, when you look at the vote in Georgia, for example, and the shifting dynamics and the shifting demographics in places like Georgia and Arizona, which now has 2 Democrat senators. So I think that, you know, a very kind of clear-eyed look at the demographic raises a very good question about the future of the MAGA supporters, as Brett was just saying. I don't think that the Republican Party, if we stick with the 2-party system, which we have right now, I don't think the Republican Party can afford to pretend like these people at this rally don't exist, or that they're going to go away, or that President Trump is going to go away, or that some other member of the Trump family may decide to run for office. So I think that, you know, this idea that, you know, you can hit rewind on the Trump years at this moment in history is short-sighted, because remember that the reason that President Trump won in 2016 was that he was able to drive out rural voters who no one had paid attention to, the forgotten men and women of America. They feel incredibly burned right now by the system, by what has happened. And they have been fired up in a way that they haven't been fired up politically in decades. So what they think and feel matters, regardless of what may be able to be possible constitutionally. And a lot of this, as I've said many times, really happened before this election ever started, and it was lost in those cases across the country. So voting rules in the states is an issue that I think conservatives, if they care about getting people elected in the future, need to start putting in a very, very hard fight for. So those are the issues that I think you're going to see this crowd attach themselves to very passionately and very firmly. Who's going to lead that and who's going to guide that is something that remains to be seen.
There's sort of the split screen happening right now as well, Martha. You've got this happening in Washington, where we await the president, his supporters urging Republicans to fight for him, fight for the president, as we await the Congress to convene this afternoon to certify the Electoral College results results of the 2020 election, and then Chuck Schumer, who's just finishing up with his news conference on Capitol Hill. Moments ago saying it feels like a brand new day. First time in 6 years Democrats will be in majority in the Senate, he says. America's hurting. Help is on the way. One of the first things he says I want to do is pass $2,000 checks. We are left wondering, Martha, how aggressive the agenda will be on the part of Democrats after the conclusion of last night and after we await the further votes to come in.
But, you know, it's interesting. This $2,000 check idea is very controversial. It's something that President Trump wanted, and it's something that Chuck Schumer wants. You don't see those two sides agreeing very often. But I am very curious, and you follow the markets closely, Sandra. You know, we saw this bit of a rebound on this idea of a stimulus package this morning. However, let's think about what that means, right? I mean, in many ways, it means that some individuals will not be going back to work very soon. There are places where employers are looking desperately for people to take jobs that they are not taking at this moment in time. Now, that's in certain industries. Other industries, like the restaurant business, are affected in a very different way. But getting the economy up and running again should be the #1 impetus of the next administration, because that is the only thing that's going to ultimately put money back in people's pockets. And you also have to wonder, when I look at the market up 487, I think, if I'm seeing it right, points there, is what's going to be a hallmark of this new administration, which is going to be higher taxes and more regulation. That's not an opinion. I mean, we've been told that over the course of this election cycle, right? You're going to see the government taking more and more centralized control, and you're going to see higher regulations, and you're going to see higher taxes to move the money around to the places where they think it should be. That is going to be a dampening effect on the United States economy and on businesses across this country. So the market might like the stimulus for now. It feels good at the moment, but I think those longer-term concerns about taxes and regulation, which are something that President Trump championed in the beginning of his administration, when the mirror image of what is happening now happened, when you had this very surprising, remarkable Republican sweep of the House and the White House and the Senate in 2016, was huge relief to American businesses. And it launched an enormous period of growth in those businesses, investment that they made in their own businesses. You're going to see a reversal of that now. So that's something that I think, you know, everyone just needs to have open eyes for.
This is the look in Washington right now. The president's motorcade arrived just a moment ago. And Martha, to your point, look at that market go. The U.S. stock market, Dow up 480 points. This is a brand new record high. I already put out notes to a lot of my folks on Wall Street that I ask, what is happening? And what is happening? It's the strength in the market, the fundamentals in this market, to your point, the rolling back of those regulations, the tax cuts that so many of these companies and individuals are still benefiting from. The underlying fundamentals are still strong, I'm told. This is an all-time high for the Dow. It'll be a record close if it closes here for the Dow. First record close of 2021. And as our sister network FBN is pointing out this morning, Martha, the 123rd record close under President Trump. So I'll put this to you. Do Democrats acknowledge any things that have been working under this presidency that created a very robust, strong economy, obviously pre-pandemic, and let any of that continue? Or will we just see the tax hikes, and will we see those regulations put back in place, et cetera?
I think that we will, only because of, you know, listening closely to what all of these candidates said they were going to do. So, yes, I think we will see a rollback on regulations, and I think you will see tax increases for American companies across the spectrum. You know, I think it's a little bit frothy and momentary reaction to the stimulus that we're seeing in the market right now. And, you know, when you say, well, anyone give President Trump credit for how he helped the United States economy, I think about that sort of very subtle compliment that President-elect Biden gave to the Trump Operation Warp Speed program. I mean, that's like as high as it's going to get, right? Yeah. You know, in terms of giving any sort of credit. There is credit where credit is due. There's been a lot of emotion and a lot of very difficult, fraught times for conservatives watching this whole process play out over the last couple of months. But I think we need to remember the things that President Trump did that put this country in very good economic shape. And I think that, you know, Joe Biden's in a tough position right now in many ways because it looks like the Senate is going to go to Democrats. He will have no protection. He's going to be pushed and pushed by the progressive side of the party. And, you know, it may have been a better situation for him to have a divided government because it might have given him more of a comfort zone to say no on some of these things.
You know who also watches the markets closely? Bill Hemmer. Bill, you and I have talked about those markets as they blew through so many of those big psychological numbers. Oh, 25,000, 20,000. Look at it. It's approaching 31,000 now. As we await the president, though, Bill, I mean, what a day this is. While we are waking up, continuing to watch the results come in Georgia. We all stayed up late last night. And here this morning, these crowds gathering in Washington. Congress is going to convene this afternoon to certify the election results of the 2020 election. I mean, this is a huge day, a huge news day, a huge day for this country.
Indeed it is. Yeah, just watching the markets here, just one quick comment on that. Investors like the free money, and there's going to be a lot of it for a lot of people who need it. They're hurting. Remember, the $600 check was passed, and then we came back moments before the big vote here in Georgia, and we upped it to $2,000. Big debate around the New Year's time. It did not go through, and as Martha pointed out, and you did, Sandra, Chuck Schumer says one of the first things he wants to do is get that done. I'm curious to know about, the moderates in both parties now in Congress. As Chris Wallace rightly pointed out an hour ago, it was a different deal with Barack Obama 12 years ago. It wasn't a 50-50 Senate with a tie-breaking vote that went to the vice president, whoever the vice president was in the White House. It was much broader than that. And now I think, Martha, what my focus would go to for Democrats, people like Joe Manchin from West Virginia, and Kristen Sinema from Arizona, John Tester from Montana. And I think for the Republicans, a lot of the attention will be on Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, and it will be on Mitt Romney from Utah to try and rein in perhaps some of the regulations you were referring to. And if you're going to go for a big tax increase, can you get that through this Congress? And I would also, for the viewers, bear in mind the House is this close too. You have both sides of Congress now, where you could get a few votes on this side and a few votes on that side, and yes, you could get things done, or you could hit a stone wall, Martha.
I think you make a great point, and I think that those people are exactly the ones to focus on as we move forward here. And I think that that's a good thing for the country, that there is that sort of middle group that will need to be persuaded in a very big way. That's what the way the American government was designed, to have that kind of check and balance. And I think those people are going to be very, very important as we move forward here, because there's a lot of concern out there. And I think also it just puts the focus so strongly, because Republicans will see that the House and Senate are within reach. It's going to put the focus immediately after this chapter on 2022 and on convincing people that that there needs to be some change and some check and balance. So I think we're finally seeing the president coming on stage here.
And here's the president. Let's watch and listen together. All right, the president taking the stage, obviously. God bless the USA is playing. The flags are blowing, and the president is going to address his supporters. This rally has been gathering throughout the morning. We've had our reporters on the ground there. It was suggested that thousands were going to convene there in Washington to stand up for the president and encourage their fellow Republicans to fight for this president, as we know that the Electoral College results are expected to be confirmed and certified this afternoon, and there have been a number of Republicans that have gone on the record saying that they are going to object to those results. The president is calling out those Republicans who have said that they will not on the record by name. And Don Jr., the president's son, earlier today took to that stage, sending them a strong message that this is not your Republican Party. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. Obviously, that divide in the party could be addressed by the president any moment now.
It's unbelievable. I mean, think about this moment in our nation's history, Sandra. We've never seen two runoffs before for the U.S. Senate to decide the balance of power in Congress, and the day after go for certification of a presidential election that happened 2 months ago, with the sitting U.S. president now 14 days removed from welcoming the next president into Washington, D.C. Inauguration day is January 20th. It's 2 weeks from today. And in the halls of Congress behind him, in 60 minutes from now, Sandra, we're going to see a debate play out on the House side where well over 100 Republicans could speak. And on the Senate side, at least a dozen senators are going to speak on his behalf as well. And they're going to cast doubts on the election system in the U.S., and they're going to require and request and hope to get an election audit for the election system in the U.S. This is an extraordinary moment, Sandra.
It is indeed. We'll turn the coverage over to our friends at Outnumbered. Thanks for joining us.
And as we greet you atop the hour, I'm Harris Faulkner, the President of the United States, at a Save America rally starting now.